Ja, god kveld, og velkommen til denne norske offentlige undervisningen fra Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. I kveld det litt maratonsending. Vi sender kreftløsning i bytte for fred fra den forrige torsdag, den 18. april 2017. Med Mr. Keshe og forsker fra Tokyo-universitetet og med en doktor Rodriguez. Ja, utbringer det Marie Kalve, Willy Østli og Eva Klarup. Host. Eva Klarup, Willy Østli. Det en møte for satt.
Det var ingen video.
Nei, jeg sikker nå.
Nå ser det ut som det kommer.
Ja. Vi kjører en lekker introen igjen, den var veldig kort.
The Keshe Foundation, an independent, non-profit, non-religious, space-based organization founded by nuclear engineer Mehran Tavakoli Keshe, is introducing to humanity the science of the universe, plasma science. Keshe Foundation develops universal knowledge in space technologies that provide solutions to major global problems, revolutionizing agriculture, health, energy, transportation, materials, and more. The application of plasma science in the form of specially developed plasma reactors and other devices will give humanity the real freedom to travel in deep space. Plasma science exists throughout the whole universe. It is here and it belongs to you. Our knowledge, research, and development regarding the plasma structure has progressed to the point of enabling everyone to participate in the process. Become a creator and understand the work of the universe for the good of humankind on this planet as well as in space. The use of megravs, nanomaterials, GANs, liquid plasma, field plasma, and other plasma technologies have come as a new dawn for humanity to progress and work in harmony with the universe. Conventional technology applications are wasteful, damaging, and cause pollution to the planet and all living beings. Plasma science provides solutions and improves existing methods and use of resources in all aspects that touch the lives of all beings. Plasma is defined by the Foundation as an entire content field which accumulate and create matter and is not defined by its physical characteristics like ionization or temperature. Also, with plasma science, we understand how we can convert matter back to the fields. Quoting from Mr. Keshe, MEGRAV stands for magnetic gravitational, which means plasma absorbs or gives. And every plasma has the both. It has give and it has take. And when they can't find the balance, they distance themselves until they find the balance they can give to the others. That they can receive what they want to receive and give further. Certain atoms and molecules release and absorb magnetic or gravitational fields. Released fields are available to be absorbed by other objects. The Keshe Foundation has developed a way to gather these free-flowing fields from the environment within a resourceful and beneficial new state of transitional matter, which MT Keshe named GANs. The first step of the process of the formation of various basic types of GANs is nano-coating metals. This is carried out either chemically by etching, steam coating with sodium hydroxide, or thermally by heating, fire coating by gas burner. During either coating process, gaps between outermost layers of atoms are created. The residual coating is often referred to as nano-coating, defined by the structured layers of nanomaterial, which build up during the creation process of the coating. Nano-coated metal in interaction with other various metal plates in a saltwater solution creates MeGrav fields. These fields then attract available elements to form a specific GANs, which collects and settles at the bottom of the container. This GANs is formed from independent energized molecules like little suns that can be used in various applications. Conventional science teaches us that what we can't measure does not exist. This led to a separation between science and spirituality. Plasma science combines both of these worlds. The entire universe is made up of magnetical giving and gravitational taking fields. We absorb only those fields we can use, and we emit fields we do not need. After a while, the fields are balanced, creating balanced matters. Imagine there is a technology which can balance your body, emotions, and soul. And because everything is made up of fields, including our emotions, this simple technology easily processes the roots of your disease. Keshe Foundation developed simple methods, ready-to-use materials, and efficient medical health units that work on different field levels to process many existing health conditions and help restore the natural balance in your body. More and more studies are showing that emotion is at the heart of many illnesses. After the use of the plasma coil units, changes in emotional patterns are noticed, and then following this, changes in the physical body occur. We don't cure diseases, but process them by bringing the body to a balanced state in such that the disease cannot exist. This means you can achieve complete emotional and physical balance in a relatively short time. People all over the world use GANs and GANs water, plasma water, within different devices and processing methods. The Keshe Foundation offers a full spectrum of information pertaining to GANs and its uses, from solid plasma to liquid plasma to field plasma. Which of the available information, processes, or devices resonates with you? At the same time we open the door to the power of our soul, Keshe technology elevates the soul of the man in order to bring balance to our body, bring balance to our flow of emotions, bring peace to the world, and readiness to open up to the universal community.
The Keshe Foundation is extending an invitation to medical doctors of any practice and speciality to apply to the Foundation's private weekly medical teaching workshop. This includes medical doctors, dentists, and veterinarians. Scientists of the Keshe Foundation developed different types of plasma therapies and cures that utilize advanced, non-invasive plasma technology. The weekly private medical teaching workshop educates doctors to the plasma science behind the therapies, along with the functionality and operation of revolutionary plasma medical devices. The goal of the private teachings is to add plasma health knowledge to the profound knowledge of medical doctors. The weekly class is broadcast live over the internet through a secure private channel every Wednesday from 2 to 5 p.m. Central European Time. Presently, the class is only offered in English. However, you are free to bring a translator to the class. If you can't participate in the live broadcast, you can watch them later at your convenience through a private internet portal. Every patient's case that is discussed in the workshop will be kept anonymous and private. This includes cataloged findings and data gained from the analysis of the patient's health issues. Any medical doctor in the world who wants to participate can do so by sending an email to doctors@spaceshipinstitute.org. In your email, please state your willingness to participate in the medical teaching workshop. If you're planning on bringing a translator to the workshop, please state this in your email as well. After we receive your email, we will contact you with the instructions on how to apply to the workshop. As a part of the application process, applicants who apply, including any translators brought into the workshop, will be required to sign the Keshe Foundation's World Peace Treaty, which can be found at the following web address. All applicants will be required to provide proof of their education and ability to practice medicine, and will also be required to pass an extensive security background check before they are granted access to the teaching workshop. Healthful plasma technology is here, now, the use of which is increasing exponentially on a day-to-day basis on every continent. We encourage you to come and learn about this revolutionary technology. Apply today.
Ja, det var introen det. Så vil jeg bare passe på å advare mot det er ganske kraftige bilder. Det er ikke barnemat, så hvis det er noen under 18 år som skal se på, så burde man være litt forsiktig med det. Det er også ikke akkurat nakenbilder, men det er bilder av kvinnebryst, og de er ikke pene. Det er altså bildene. Så, men det er gode nyheter og veldig, veldig viktig. Så bare så det er sagt. Og så kommer vi til å ta noen pauser under sendingen, og da er det muligheter til å stille spørsmål eller komme med betraktninger. Så hvis ikke det er noe spesielt ønske om det, så kjører vi ikke noen pausemusikk i dag. Det er bare mulighet for å åpne mikrofonen og sånn, og hvis det er ønske om det, så kan vi kjøre pausemusikk selvfølgelig. Og hvis det er noe ved teksten som er helt uforståelig, så vær så snill å åpne mikrofonen og si fra, så skal jeg forsøke å oversette det. Eller en av de andre lærerne. Vi er så heldige, vi har 3 budbringere i dag. Jeg kan ikke alltid lære det, men vi er budbringere, lærere, det er Mr. Keshe. Så, jeg vet ikke om det er noen som har noe å tillegge. Om jeg bare skal Jeg vil at Mr. Keshe og Dr. Rodrigo som kommer først. Så kommer det svart ikke, så da setter vi i gang.
Good day to you as usual, wherever and whenever you listen to these group of teachings. As you remember, about 2 years ago we started this blueprint days, where and whenever we see a change of course, and in that respect, at this moment, you want to start the video apparently. In that respect, we have come to the point that there is enough information and knowledge, and there is enough background knowledge and experiment done by scientists on different aspects of the technology, We have to clarify the use of the materials and how they've been used. And this teaching today will start a new course of actions by the Keshe Foundation. One of the biggest problems for humanity is what we call cancer. Cancer has been something whenever and wherever the doctors could not understand the knowledge of the change of the condition of the physicality of the body of the bat. In that process, when the doctors cannot understand it, they call it the cancer. That's all it is. Now we started exploring more and more, understanding more and more in how the cancer actually progresses, how and where and by which methods it is established in the body of man. Over the past 30-40 years, the knowledge of cancer has become fairly tuned to full understanding. And what we understand in Keshe Foundation is very simple. Cancers are produced in 3 ways as far as we can see, maybe 4. One is emotional. This is when the emotion of the man creates a given energy, that energy in interaction with the matter state of the body, it becomes to manifest itself as an entity. We say in a space, you can wish and you will receive. You can put your hand out and have the energy from your soul that by filtering of your wishes, that what it is, you will receive that material. We create the emotion of sorrow. We create the tears. We know the process, but we never knew how actually can be controlled. We create emotion of rejection, and in that process, what we want to reject, we create a material for it to start the process of rejection. In olden days, man knew how even to reject part of his arm and hand and fingers when they were trapped. They could not cut it, but the wish was so strong, like reptiles, they could literally sever the finger or the arms. But this knowledge over time has disappeared in the vocabulary of the knowledge of the man, in the brain of the man. But at the same extent, when the man wishes to create, to reject, to bring about a condition where he wants to see the change, and that change, because it's given by the wish of the man, is so strong that no medicine can fight it. You can use chemotherapy, you can use radiation, you can use anything you like with the present medicine. But you'll find out it'll come back again. Because in the world of medicine today, the world of science has missed the main criterion of the cancer. 95% of the cancer of the man is created by emotion. So in that emotion, in that condition, man subconsciously wants to create a condition that that organ will not be there. Be it prostate, be it breast, be it the stomach cancer, be it liver, or whatever we might call it. We never understood, and this is one of the main problems with the present world of science, that cancer, majority of it, is emotionally based. We wish it, and our wish is so powerful that no medicine in the world can overcome it. They give you chemotherapy, they give you everything else, and after a few years it comes back. Because in the present world of medicine, the emotion of the man is not calculated. We have not considered it. With this new technology, where we tackle the source of cancer, and that is why you see so much rapid changes. That's why we put these cancer teachings on, is that now for the first time we understand. In majority of the cases, 99.5% of the cases of cancer, the physical change in the structure of the body of the man is wished by the emotion of the man through the source of the energy of the soul of the man. We wish it subconsciously, and we create it directly. Then we come to see what we have created. It's very much when we wish to have a longer finger to become a musician for a specific instrument, the same way we create these organs, these materials inside ourselves. With a new technology which we offer and is on the table, which we'll discuss, and you will see some effects of it, and some papers which are delivered by what we call a standard medical trial system, you see that the explanation is that we use certain what we call gases in nano state of the matter we call GANs, where in fact no perfect system has ever been created to use or produce one type of gases. In all the gases produced, especially with CO2, there is a minute amount of gases nano state of zinc, which that amount of zinc within the structure of the CO2 plays its game. The emotion of the man, the neurosystem of the man works through zinc in the gaseous state. So why this technology works good is because in one way you change the energy of the tumor, on the other hand you elevate the soul of the patient through the elevation of the emotion through zinc. So this is what you see one of the results, because now we understand it, we understand the process, we understand the situation, how it's risen. Why do you wish to have a breast cancer? Why do you wish not to have a breast cancer, but the wish for your child not to suffer the pain you suffered in childhood, or the child does not go through what you went in the childhood that it could be, you don't want to the suffering to carry on? What's the best way? What do you give life? A woman gives life through the breast to feeding a child. So we see the cancer in the breast. We see the same thing when there's a conflict with the father and the son. Majority of the time we see prostate cancer. Where does the father give life to a child? Prostate is a player in the game. So he wants to get rid in what caused him the problem, that he'll never make the same problem again. Now we understand a lot of diseases are what is known as psychosomatic, which means psychologically through emotion we create the physicality of the disease. Cancer is another one. And the more we understand, the more we realize the psychosomatic condition of the cancer can be changed in two ways. We can hammer it, we can bombard it, radiation, chemotherapy, or anything else, or we can go the new way, which is sort the problem at its root, which is the emotion. Once you sort the problem at its root, you elevate the emotion, that with it you allow different fields to reach or to be reached by the physicality. The cancer is just a technicality to be see the change of. This is important for us. This is why in the program today and in the coming weeks you will see a strange phenomenon. You will see things which is in the present world of medicine is absolutely impossible. And this is the reason, because for the first time we go to the essence, the majority of the cancer positions, which means body wants to produce something new, that the mistake of the past cannot be repeated. But in that producing accumulates the material, and in that process creates cancer. Cancers are literally done in a very simple way. What we see is that, can you see the whiteboard, or do I stop sharing and go on the whiteboard?
Stop sharing, please. Thank you.
Okay. I go on the whiteboard, we share. It's not allowing me to go on the whiteboard. Okay, we're on it. So what we see is very simple. The body of the man has his emotion. In achieving that emotion, it creates a field, which interaction with where the field is received with that emotion leads to the point of new tangibility of the matter. But the body of the man has a given content. It has copper, it has zinc, it's got calcium and potassium, it's got everything else material which the body of the man carries. So when the strength of the emotion filtered from the soul of the man, in coming to the matter, solidifies to the center of the cancer. So what we see, and Dr. Rodriguez and other doctors will tell you, is up to now when you go to the doctor, doctors are not really concerned about what elements are elevated in your blood. But with the new technology we have to, because now we understand if the strength of the fields which is filtered from the soul of the man through the emotion of the man comes to be at the strength of, let's say, zinc or copper, that material in that point becomes the seed of the oyster of the cancer. So every cancer has a center. And in that process, once it started, the immune system of the body of the man tries to get rid of what is created by the emotion and by physicality. So now we get what you call immune system attack, trying to disturb or destroy the center, the material which the emotion of the man has created. In that process, what we see as it carries on, further steps come into play. And what happens now is start oystering. And we see the growth of the cancer, the tumor. And if this condition is repeated, because now that it has managed to survive, it gets replicated in other part of the body of the man. So we have two choices with the new technology, is to deplete the oyster and then remove the wish of the man, the center element. Or by looking at the blood results in the element sector, we see what material is elevated. And that material which is elevated, it gives you the indication what is made from the seed of the cancer cell. In single tumors, doctors can tell you who have experimented with the Keshe Foundation technology, you can remove this cell. It's a specific way of producing certain systems which the energy transfer between the systems allows the depletion of the energy of the material, and once the mother seed of the pearl has disappeared, the cancer has no strength. What we see is the tumor goes black. And then when it goes black, it's a matter of time that the immune system of the body of the man will more or less deplete and eats up everything. You will see one of these in a few minutes. It was shown in the Rome conference by Dr. Rodriguez. For the first time, we'll show it in public. It is unimaginable what you will see. Those who have seen this video, it's been on the internet sometimes, is a major achievement with the new technology. It's a plasma, it's understanding of change of not only the environment of the man, changing the emotion of the man, and then allowing the depletion of the cancer to a normal entity that itself disappears out and it gets absorbed by the body of the man. In that process, sometimes we see the rejection of the pearl, the center of the pearl. We have other cancers which are created by accident. Sometimes the same process, instead of the emotion, comes by hitting. Something hits your body. We see this quite a lot, especially recently in what is known as car accidents. Heavy car accidents create the same kind of center, which then starts the cancer and it goes through. There is another cancer which is not a cancer, but has been part of the man's progress in the evolution of his life. We evolve, and in that evolvement of the life, to fit into the new environment, our body cannot operate or does not see how to handle the new changes. What we see now in many cases, part of the evolution of cancer comes with women. Because if you look up to 100 years ago or plus, where women menopause was around about 25 to 35. Now, in more nations where we see more national security and we see more sharing of the burden of the growing of the children by the society, this figure of menopause for women is getting pushed to 50s, 60s, and 70s. I have one, thank you very much. And this, in some women, which cannot go through because of the emotion which comes with it of the change, we see some what we call evolutionary cancers. These are very hard to handle. These are extremely to be able to process, and these count for between 1 to 3 to 5% of the cancers we see nowadays. The accidental cancer is random. There is no data for it, but the more and more high-speed accidents we see, 5, 10, 15 years later, we see the beginning of cancer. And when you go back to the patient and you ask them, they say, yes, I had an accident in such a place. We've seen this. Now we put this chart, part of the chart of the cancer system. What is important for us today, we touch on mainly how the emotional cancer has been handled. You will see Dr. Rodriguez, in a way that it can be distributed on the internet, will show the process of cancer reversal. This is one of the impossibilities of world of science. If you would have seen, or it could have been imagined even 5 months ago, there is such a thing possible, the doctors would have been going crazy telling you this is impossibility. But with in the hand of the highly competent and knowledgeable doctor like Dr. Rodriguez, you see the change, because he understands the totality. He's not just handling the tumor, but changing the environment, creating a condition of breathing, creating a condition of elevation of the soul, which through elevation of the soul and in a way changing the expectation of the emotion by raising the filter strength of the emotion, that filter does not exist anymore. So now there is no reason to keep a communication between the brain of the man and the tumor. And in that process, where brain has no more contact in the physicality of the conformation of the existence of tumor becomes redundant because it has lost the reason which was created. Now, if the strength was at 2, with the elevation of the emotion at 3, there is no room for 2. So you change the environment of the emotion, the filter strength, what we call it, and then you see the change in the position. Now, once you elevate the soul, is a matter of physicality for the body of man to do with something which has suddenly appeared here. Use the immune system, use everything else, reduction in cells, creation of new cells, and then we'll see the changes. What we would like to do is to go to Dr. Rodriguez, because they say the proof of a science is in black box theory, which means we keep a black box with the body of a woman. Dr. Rodriguez will take it, and if any doctor in the world can tell us how such a thing is possible, then we have a new magician, and that magic is the world of plasma. We show this first, and then we go into the next step. We have a number of people who want to show or explain how they have overcome cancer, and how we know in one case the wish of the person is so overwhelming that she does not want, or he does not want to be able to carry on, because there is something in the background which is only to her and her only, or him and him only, that wishes the termination the way she likes. We cannot override the wish of a man. Does not matter what we use. Die shall not steal. A physician cannot override, but can elevate the soul of the patient, that the patient sees the new light in life. And if that new light does not satisfy the condition, she can take a new course. I would like to ask Dr. Rodriguez in the background to join us, if he's available, please.
I am Mr. Keshe. How are you, Mr. Keshe?
Good morning, Your Excellency. Dr. Rodriguez is one of the heads of the new Universal Council, which has become the Earth Council, heading the South America. And he is one of the leaders in the health of the Keshe Foundation. Would like to introduce yourself, and I'll go silent, and then I'll take over when you finish.
Yes, I'm Dr. Rodrigo Vildosova. I'm a doctor. I belongs to the group of doctors who work together in pro of humanity, finding and looking for new technologies in order to change the process of any disease. So here I'm going to, may I start the presentation, Mr. Keshe?
Yes, you share. I stop sharing. It's your screen.
Okay. Okay, this is a case of breast cancer treated by plasma technology. I'm going to talk a little bit of myself, my background. I completed medical school in Mexicali, Mexico. Then, well, I made a specialty in general surgery and plastic and reconstructive surgery in Mexico City, Mexico. Afterward, I had a fellowship in plastic and reconstructive surgery in Madrid, Spain. Then I continued with another fellowship in plastic and reconstructive surgery in Lucca, Italy. Then I practiced this beautiful specialty for 30 years. Now I'm decided to continue this beautiful technology. Okay, I'm going to present this patient as a 36 years old female who has a breast cancer in the lower inner quadrant. As a core biopsy results, he has a biopsy, and it found there was an invasive ductal carcinoma, nuclear grade 3. This patient decided not to follow the traditional way of treatment with the chemotherapy or radiotherapy or anything. She wanted to find something different, but she came to me 6 months after she was she had started to have a problem. So after I had a biopsy, the breast started to grow in a week that size. Obviously had an infection. That's what was put on antibiotics and didn't respond. So it came to me and asked for help. Well, she came to the my office and put herself in the unit assess to see or to feel if this environment will help her. The beautiful thing about this is as soon as she got inside the environment that I will explain later on and show you the machine she went into it, she started to feel better and the pain disappeared instantly. So when she came here, was no energy, high fever, and pain, and unable to sleep. And the first thing she had being inside the machine has the pain disappeared, and for the first time she was able to sleep after several months, 6 months. She started feeling well. So she's inside of her. She felt that this technology that will help her. But before, so this also, she came with a blood test only presenting signs of infections, and the anemia that she had requires a blood transfusion, and many times that I will show you later on how that process happened. So before I started to explain about this this case, I'm going to show you the way we address now with the new technology, how we address the diseases, how we address every patient. So we've divided in 4 steps. The first one is physicality. Every doctors, we as myself, we work all the time on the physicality. removing tumors, surgery, pills, drugs, but only addressing the physicality. The energy, as a doctors, the only thing that we know about energy is the energy comes from the brain, which is electrical pulse, which is part of the physicality. The way we see energy is totally different. The emotions, I will explain as well how the emotions are important in developing any disease. So most of the doctors don't address this one, and at the end, also the soul. The soul for the doctors means it's just, with all respect to all of them, but for most of them, they mean soul only or related to the image to religion. They don't address this part of the body. So the way we address now any disease or any condition, the physicality is first to know the elements of the body. This is the elements of the body. 27 elements of the body. 96% of the body is formed by 4 elements, which is oxygen, carbon, hydrogen, and nitrogen. And we have to understand, not only 96% of the body is made of these elements, but also the 96% of the plants, 96% of the body of the animals are made of these elements. And the rest are 27 elements. So we don't need, if we put ourselves or keep ourselves balanced with these elements, we can change anything in the body. We don't need millions of medications that are in the field. So if we understand how the body is made of, what kind of elements are made to have the body, or what kind of metals are involved in any disease, we can change the process of any disease. So to understand why those elements, we have to understand how the life is made of this world. So we see outside the sun, and actually the sun that we see on the light, but it's not a sun, it's the light that happen between the interactions of the field of the magnetic gravitational field of the sun and the magnetic gravitational field on Earth, and we see this light here. Then and that interaction of fields bring those elements to Earth, which is carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, and nitrogen. So that's what we need, what we get from the sun, those elements. We are made of those elements. So this technology duplicates this effect. We can bring with this technology these elements in the environment. That's what we do. So the body composition is 96% of those elements: carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, hydrogen, and nitrogen. So, and on the other hand, when we understand that the body is made of, the body has the 75% of the body is made of water, H2O. Once we understand this elements, that with the interaction of this amino acids or proteins in the body with the water, releases hydrogen, which is the energy of the body. All the time as we speak in the sea. So the body needs energy. How the energy comes from the body? When we dream, when we eat, how this energy comes to the body? It's releasing this energy. It's like an example I give you. I'm going to give you an example. When we are thirsty and we have been working a lot and we need some kind of, we need a little water. Well, I water because we have been sweating a lot, so we need water and we feel weak. And as soon as we drink a little sip of water, normally we think if we drink water, we have to go through the mouth, to the esophagus, to the stomach, then the bloodstream, and then take the water to every single part of the cells. But actually, what the body needs is the energy. So as soon as we take the body, the water, and it touches the tongue, it releases it changes that water in plasma and release the oxygen, and it goes to every part of the body. And I will explain how this happened. The energy, the way we see the energy on the body is sort of different. There's a lot of devices in everywhere that can show that we have an energy. They can prove that we have an energy around our body. The Killian technology devices. There's a lot of devices. Even people can see the energy, and we have in a group of doctors, incredible person whose name is Klaus Trier. You can see energy of the body. So that energy is part of us. So the way to understand this, as I said before, when we are thirsty and we need water, we think that we have every single cell of the body need that water. So we have to drink a lot to water and wait minutes or hours to get that sour to every single cell. But as soon as we got a little sip of water, we feel the effect, because that effect is like it goes that plasma that releases of that hydrogen in that environment and touches every single cell in the body. We are in the plasma state, and we have proven that the body is a plasma organ, not just the physicality as we thought it is. It's a different way. Once we understand how the body works, what the body is, and the process, everything, the way of treatment is going to change dramatically. So we have that energy around the body. It connects every single cells in the body. So oxygen to create all this technology, creates all this.
Ja, beklager den der og der. Something happened. Husker du hvor vi var i dag?
Nei, jeg satt ikke og så på TV-en akkurat.
Sånt. Jeg får nesten se hvordan vi velger teksten da. Den norsk bokmål.
Patent all this. Whoever wanted to do something so, in another way, the way of thinking is the emotions, the way Mr. Keshe explained. According to the medicine, we said, okay, 98% of diseases are psychosomatic. What does it mean, psychosomatic? We put everything on stress. Stress is a very bad word. It means nothing. With all the respect, it means nothing. But stress for us, for doctors, means that there's some kind of hyperactivity in the brain or in the body, and we have to calm down this body in order to release the stress, and the body will change. But we haven't seen anything change treating the patient this way. So what we're giving to the patient is something to shut down the brain, to block the brain, and instead of addressing the emotions, we just say the stress, giving some kind of hyperactivity, giving pills to shut down the brain, to calm down the body and relax, and that will fix or will change the environment. The body will be able to heal. And we don't see that because stress, as I said, is a very bad word. I will say emotions. Every single disease, or most of diseases, are involved in emotions. Let me give another example. I will explain what kind of emotions is involved in this cancer, but I will give another one, like the people with Alzheimer, people that what happened, and those people, we see, according to the medicine, the brain is dying, and see black spots in the MRI of the brain, and see, oh, it's dying, so it's disconnecting to the body to the reality. But actually what happened is, and emotionally, those people don't like to live in the life they're living, the environment they're living, the house, they changed this. Some of the patients, so those people were moved from one country to another one, another house to another one, or different families. They changed, and they don't like that environment, so they started to block themselves to living in that reality. And inside the brain, the subconsciousness says, okay, I don't want to leave this, so they started to shut down the brain. So that's why they see the black spot in the brain. They started to not to be connected to the present because they live in the past. So inside of the brain, they are shutting down the brain, the body, because they don't like to leave this present or this life. As we have seen, I know this is not a part of this presentation, but we have seen with treating this patients, the emotional and the change in the environment, people come back to the reality. People have seen there are people that are lying down in the bed for months without blinking the eyelids or the eyes, and not even being able to eat, just feeding them to the nose. So, and as soon as we started to put these patients on this environment and given these GANs to treat their GANs, people come back to reality. It's an incredible effect that we have seen. So the emotions affects the whole body. So, and the fourth level of seeing the process of any disease is a connection to the soul. As I said, for many people, soul is only related to religions, but we are souls. We are not the body. We are souls living in this environment, this life. So when we're touched, when we are able to connect to the souls, it means that there's no emotions involved in this, and we feel just unconditional love. That means that nothing bothers us, nothing bothers this body, so the body heals. It's incredible. And that's the beautiful of this technology that help us to get rid of those emotions and touch our heart, touch the soul of ourselves, and be able to change everything. So how do we apply this technology? We have a protocol that we have created this in the medical team. That's in every patient we do this. In every patient, even if it had cancer, any disease, diabetic, high blood pressure, whatever disease the body has, or every person, we address this way. So we have to address the emotions. We use the breathing device. So every single person that we treat, as he said, most of the diseases, 95% or 98% of diseases are involve some kind of emotion. So we treat that things on every patient given these devices. Drinking water as well, drinking against water to bring balance to the body, using the health unit that I will show you, the health unit that we use in target the organ and every single organ. So that means that when we are in these machines, that health unit that we call them, it doesn't mean that once you are inside, you're going to heal yourself. That's going to start having some changes inside the body, but we have to target the body. So we have to understand what part of the body has a problem, either as the body has more of the element that we have to remove them, like a cancer, or that how Mr. Keshe was explaining, he has the seed of this cancer has some kind of metal, so it means that that's a lot of elements on that body, so we can change that environment, or either we can reconstruct something in the body, like if it's a lack of any element that the body cannot bring balance, it cannot heal itself, cannot change or cannot repair. So we give them those elements that the body needs in order to repair any part of the body, any organ in the body. So the way we treat it is, so the first step is breathing device. So we target the emotions. We use the devices that we use gases, the zinc gases, the water gas of zinc and water gas of CO2 at 50% and 50%. Makes it so we target the emotions. Once this is, if we put a person inside any of the health unit or given gas without treating the emotions, I would say it is so hard to to bring balance to their body will not be able to reconstruct itself to change that problem, that disease. So we have to address, I would say 100% all the people that we treat, we have to address the emotions, all of them. So we use it, I myself, I created this one, and there's a lot of devices, a lot of beautiful people around the world is creating different devices in order to get this environment on CO2. I use this tube, I myself, I had a tube, a 5/8 tube, and another 1 1/4 tube, wrapping the whole big tube. The small tube is filled up with the gas of CO2 and zinc gas, so the people breathe that gas inside. When people comes to me and says, how would I know that it's energy inside? And I have 2 bowls that has 2 plastic bowls that has liquid, that's zinc and CO2 gas inside, and allow them to touch them and put them closer together. They feel the energy like a magnet. They feel the energy. So they've proven that it's energy interacting in between those gas. So I give him, every single person that I treat, I give this breathing device. And as soon as they start breathing, I mean, for a few days later, they're starting to feel a lot better. The emotion is not, they know they have emotions, but they don't affect, that doesn't affect anymore. So they said, yes, I know they have those problems, but they don't affect them anymore. I feel more relaxed. I'm able to sleep. I'm able to think better, because we have to understand, we create our own reality. In the midbrain, when we have access to the midbrain, we can create anything we want. If we have problems, if we have drama in our life, we created this drama in our life. So we have problems, those emotions, we created this, we change this body according to the emotions, to the reality that we wanted to create. So whatever we have in the midbrain, we create this. So it's like how many people, how many masters and teachers we have right now to teach us how to create reality, that we have to focus on something beautiful and love and different environments. But if we have so much drama in the brain, we create the drama. We cannot create a different reality. So this is like the way I see it. In order to get to the midbrain, we have so much emotions, like having a furnace or a water, a bottle net. It's a small window to access to the midbrain, but as I said, it's a funnel. We have so many emotions that covers that window. So we have to get rid of those emotions in order to get to that midbrain and create a different reality. So this technology that's using of this gas, water gas of zinc and CO2, swept, remove, clean that path. So we have a clean, open access to the midbrain until we can create a different reality. See, if we don't stop thinking about that drama creates the disease disappears. We have so many doctors in the world that start treating the emotions of the people, and we see the better results than in any traditional medicine. So because it works, we create the diseases, whatever disease is, not only cancer, any diseases. So we have access to that midbrain to remove those dramas, and we can create anything. So that helps a lot. So drinking water as well, we're using a CO2 gas water to have the cells connections, the nervous system, and also to treat the emotions. We have the zinc water gas to target the emotions. We're also using the copper oxide water gas to stimulate the muscles, ligaments, disinfection, etc. We can use every single element. We can create any elements that we need in order to bring balance to the body and change to help the body to regenerate anything. Also, we use our CH3 for energy. And the way it works is so many things. A lot of people ask me, so how does CH3 gives energy? We understand that we have to interact with the body. When we have, remember, we have on the body water, 75% of the water is H2O. So 2 molecules of hydrogen and 1 oxygen. When we get the CH3, when it makes contact or interact with the water of the body, releases what hydrogen, which is the energy. So that's what we have energy out of this. We have to understand a little bit of chemistry, how the body works. So, and it's easy. But at the end, says also we said we never give CH3 people who have cancer, because if we want to energize the body, that cancer, those cells, cancers are part of the body, so as well we energize those cells. So we have to be careful not to give CH3 to people that have cancer, even though those people that have cancer have no energy, they are lack of energy, they are so weak, but we have to address this in different way. So not to give CH3, even though, as I said, they are weak, so we're not giving, because we're giving energy to the tumor cells. So the tumor cell, the cancer will start growing as well. So we have to be careful not to give CH3 to people who have cancer. It's also, we get to give to the people, in order to get energized, plasma food in different ways. We can use a device like this vial with the plasma liquid inside, and as well we can use patches. So we put the food cans inside a patch, that we put them behind and the back on the level of the stomach, one CO2 in front of the stomach. So we have a different ways to give food to the body, because the body works in a plasma state. It's so beautiful. The way we see the body now is we don't need to eat anything, because also the body, once we have any food, when we ate food and it comes to the stomach, the stomach turns every single element that we eat to plasma. We can give another lecture on this and spend hours to explain this. It's a beautiful way to understand this, the body, how the body works right now. And when I give lectures, I explain to people how this nanotechnology is made of, how we create energy, and also the body is the same way. When we start nano-coating any device, any plates or any copper, the way we see that nano-coating, those layers on the nano-coating, is the same way the body is layers. We have layers. We have like a nano-coating cover in every single organ. So we work on a plasma. So if we give in the plasma whatever the body needs, it will get it through the skin. So this is another way to understand. This is we can find this instructions how to use the plasma, and the Keshe Foundation Facebook, and I remember that we joined this Keshe Foundation. We see this. We can find this instructions how to use the plasma, and everyone can have it in home. So the different ways to have a first aid kit instead of a medicine, all that, we can use this. So this is the health unit that I made, that thanks to Mr. Keshe instructions, and we all made. A lot of people in the world making this this kind of devices. Anyone can use whatever they want as a structure, but the main thing is the coils that are inside that we were taught by Mr. Keshe. So creating an environment, people, once they are inside, they feel the energy. When I give lectures to people, people say, oh yes, energy, okay, peace and love, they feel, because when we talk about energy, people are tired of those way of listening to a lot of people, there's energy and nobody feels anything. Here, you feel the energy. Once you're inside that environment, you feel tingling, heat, energy going through all your body. So we use this body. This person has to be inside. A special a time depends on what kind of diseases. But once you're inside, as I said, not because you're inside of this unit, you will heal yourself and say, okay, or change the whole body. It will help you. It will help you to have the elements that you need. We have normally in this unit on the bottom, which is standing up, and the bottom has a coil mixed with ganso, filled with ganso copper oxide and zinc and CO2 on the bottom. In the middle, that covers the whole body, is a gas of CO2, and on the top is zinc. The wires are zinc, the plasma batteries are zinc, made of zinc, and the gas that I use is zinc that controls the emotions. So we have to understand that the 80% of the energy that the body needs, it comes through the skin or through the breathing. And 20% of that, of the energy, so 100% of the energy that the body needs, 80% comes through the skin or through the breathing, and 20% comes through the food. But that 20% of that food also, we change it in plasma and energy. So once we understand this technology and see it, it's so different way to treat the patient. So if we receive that energy through the skin or through the breathing, so when we create that environment, we've given the body the elements they need. As I said, this technology imitates or replicates the effects of the sun. Well, how many times we said, oh, we need the sun in order to survive, because we give not just only that the sun helps us to synthesize the vitamin D, but it gives the elements that the body needs, is bombarding in a nice way the body with the elements, with the proteins that the body needs, the amino acids the body needs, as I said, the carbon, oxygen, the nitrogen, and the hydrogen. That's what we need from the sun. So we create this environment that we can give it the elements that the body needs. And we can put, as I said, we can create any other elements. As I said, the body is made of 27 elements. We can create those elements. The body needs those elements. We can create it as a plasma and give it to the body. So this is the different devices also that we made. Thanks to the Mr. Keshe teaching, that we have 2 rings. There's 2 tubes, one inside the other one. So the inner 2 has a different gas than the other one. Normally it has a zinc, so it's also a mix of zinc, gas of zinc and CO2. So just this liquid can change the body, can give the elements to the body in order to start repairing itself, changing, bring miracles, I would say. This is so beautiful, this technology. Just people just standing inside for minutes, 1 hour. Sometimes has to be inside 1 hour, 2 times a day. What it does is, it's not that, some people ask me if I stayed all day inside that environment will change all be able to repair everything. No, it has to be in gaps or in certain times, because what we're doing with this is retraining the environment. What happened here, what happened in the environment, we have so much pollution in the environment, they create so much imbalance in your body, they start making diseases. We have so much pollution or problems or poisons on the food that we eat, and we have so much chemicals and everywhere, so much pesticides, so much things that causes an imbalance in the body, start creating diseases. So this environment inside is created a nice and beautiful environment. So the body has to remember how to work or function normally. So the same way the body creates diseases, the same way we have to retrain the body, retrain the brain to do the opposite, to repair itself. The body has the ability, the skill, to repair itself. The same way as we cut ourselves, we have a little injury in the skin and it heals and have form scars. The body can change every part of the body, even the brain tissue. As a doctor says, brain tissue cannot be regrown. We have proven many times that the brain tissue, the neuro tissue can regrow everything. We can regrow any part of the brain, any part of the nerves. We can change everything. We have proven, and we have many cases. And I invite people to be involved in this technology and attend the meetings of a lot of students all over the world giving lectures in any country, in any language. We can find now this technology. We have no barriers, no limitations to understand, because there's a lot of people all over the world teaching this this beautiful technology in every single language. So you can find that. So that's what we want, bring a different environment to the body. And as I said, we have a beautiful person in the group of doctors, that this person from Austria, Klaus de Treff. He can see energy. So he asked me to show him these devices, and he saw that energy around the environment, around these devices. And the one is, you see on the left side, the energy that creates is like a toroid field, but also the energy goes from your back and forth in your body. So it changes. In the other one, it creates a vortex, but it changes. The way the left one, we have in the in front of the people, the person, and in front of those rings or those coils, we have a sea salt container that, as the gravity pulls the energy that the body has to release, they have to get rid, so it pulls it. And the other one, the right side, which is the vortex, it creates vortex connected to Earth. So whatever the body has to get rid, it goes to Earth. So it's a different way. And we're working as a group everywhere, everybody, a lot of people around the world making those devices in order to bring this balance to people. All this technology belong to you, belong to all the world. Whoever creates any of those devices, as I said, no one as the way we used to see the way of living the system, that when somebody creates something, they're going to make a patent and keep it to herself and make money. The beauty of this technology, or the beauty of the heart of Mr. Keshe, that he created all this technology, he creates all this, he patented this, all this. Whoever wanted to do something related to plasma is already patented, that he gave it to whole humanity. So whoever builds something related to plasma belongs to humanity. There's no more that, oh, it's mine, it's mine, I created it, and I'm gonna make money out of that. No, all this technology belongs to humanity. So whoever creates something, they post it on Facebook, they post it in different websites in order to people have access to this technology and start to replicate it, start changing. So this technology is for you, for everybody. Nobody owns this technology. You own this technology, you, humanity. Thanks to Mr. Keshe, it gets a gift given to us. So we have to take advantage of this technology to change the whole world. So this technology, one, are inside, creates an environment, creates a different field. So what it does is it creates a field that brings balance to the body. When we talk about plasma, plasma always try to bring balance in the universe and the body. The body is of the whole galaxy. So whatever happened in the body is the body is trying to bring balance in order to change that spot on the body this having the disease. So we create a different environment using different gens to change the body, either adding something that your body needs or removing. So as I said, creating the balance. If the body is lack of something like let me have an example. If you have like a knee problems, you're waiting for your knee, the cartilage of your knee are almost gone. You have a little bit of cartilage, and you're waiting to have a knee replacement. If we have a little piece of that cartilage, once we bring that environment around the knee, brings those elements, it can repair itself. We don't need surgeries. In the future, we won't need any surgery. Surgeries we need, with this technology, we can remove anything. With this technology, we can repair anything. We can bring anything as a plasma. We don't need pills. We don't need injections. We don't need surgery. In the future, it's gone. All this gonna be different. But we're working together in order to bring this technology to all the people. We're testing. A lot of people humanity is the way they see this. They want to see something now. When we present a new technology, they wanted the results right away. We are learning, everyone. We have a group of doctors, and we expanded this group everywhere in the world. We're learning how to use the technology, and we use it, and we start seeing results. And as soon as somebody has results, they post it. That's a website that you can see the experience of people using this technology. So we're learning. So we invite you to use it and share whatever you change, whatever you have any change in your body or experience it in your body. Share this experience. We want to share. We want everyone to share any experience they have had with this technology. That's what we want to do. Bring something for humanity. So this is it. So, and also, as I said in the list of things that we use, or the protocol that we use on the patients, the last one is CO2 GAN samples. We are in trials to use CO2 GAN samples and different diseases like severe conditions, cancer with severe condition that they cannot stand inside of this unit. They cannot come to the or they cannot build any of those the devices. So we have this new way of treating this patient, and we start to have a beautiful result using CO2 GANS water, even in patients with HIV, malaria, Ebola, condition that we thought there was no cure for this, or no, but now we can bring balance to the body, so the body can change, the body can repair, the body can reconstruct itself. So that's what we do, bring balance to the body. There's nothing else. I don't do anything. The technology is only give you the elements that your body needs in order to repair itself. That's what we do. That's what it does. Well, I have to understand 96% of the body is made of carbon and oxygen. So given those elements, all the bodies are changing this environment. So now back to the patient, not to the patient who has plasma, but I always like to explain to people how this technology works in the body, so they will understand how we can have this result. So this is a patient who had a breast cancer, a big, huge tumor. So first of all, we have to analyze the emotions. When we have breast cancer, first of all, we ask which is involved, the left one or the right one. The left one is connected to the childhood, to the mother, to the children. Why? Because this is a breast that mostly the women give breastfeeding the baby, or we are connected to a mother with a breast left. Yes, we give them women breastfeeding for both, but most of the time they started, or most of the time they're given for the left side. So the left side is connected to the mother, is connected to the child. And when you have some issues, when you mother or with your child, you have the connection, which is the breast, is that one is connected to the emotions, to the love of that person. And when you have issues, some problems with them inside your brain, you create something that want to get rid of that connection. You want to cut that connections, that connections with your mother or with your child, with your children. You want to have, and what is that connection? Your breast. That's why your brain says, okay, I have the breast that's connected to my mother, is connected to my child. I'm going to get rid of that connection. So it started to make that cancer. So the body, the same way the brain create the diseases, the same way we can do the opposite. When we treat the emotions, the same way we're gonna reconstruct that breast. So, and the right side is connected to the partner. But I want to take advantage of this presentation to understand more to explain a little bit more about the breast. How important is the breast? We know that we have five sense of organs. Sense of organ sense. We know the size. We use the eyes to decide for sight. So we have the ears to hearings. We have the mouth for taste. We have the nose for smelling, and we have the skin for touch. But we forgot we have the another sense, organ sense. This is the sixth one. It's not just only for women; it's for everyone. The organ that controls the emotions is the breast. The breast is connected to the emotions, like having, even a woman and man has a big antenna. We have that big antenna, and we control the emotion. Now, as I said, I'm going to give you another example how to support this. That the breast is a big antenna that picks all the emotions. If you watch soap opera or you're watching any movie, you're looking at that movie or the TV forward facing the TV. So all the emotions come to the breast and feel that energy. I invite you to watch the same soap opera or any movie on your side, not facing that TV. You see the effect is totally different. You don't facing, you're not receiving that energy straight to the body. So you're on your side, or you cover with metal or aluminum, some of the breast, you will see the effect is totally different. You don't see that, you don't feel the same way, because the emotions come to the breast. We have to understand the whole body works so different. So back to this patient, I'm sorry, but I'm getting excited every time that I talk about this technology. I'm so excited to explain to all the people. It's so beautiful. So, and these people, and as I said, to all the people, patient who have cancer, we do a blood test to determine what kind of metals are high in the blood. And the one we find higher, that's the one who's been involved in the cancer. That will be the seed of the cancer. To understand why, once we understand the magnetic gravitational field energy, so how can I explain that the tumor is growing? Because something is pulling the cells, something is pulling energy. So people with cancer don't die because of cancer. People die because of the lack of energy. They don't have energy, so the tumor pulls all the energy. That's what people die, because they have no energy. So there's something inside the tumor, something inside that cancer that pulls all the energy. And in this plasma technology, we name that pulling as a gravitational. It has a strong gravitational field that's pulling the energy. So we have to create a different environment outside the body in order to change that strong field of energy inside of the body. So once we understand, or we know what kind of metal, so the metal is energy is pulling, so we make GANs of this metal, whatever it is. So in this case, the calcium was involved, but I've seen breast cancer that have arsenic involved in the tumor. Some other people who have lead, or some other have had mercury. So whatever metal we found that is involved in this tumor, we have to create GANs in order to create a different environments. Once we do that, so in this case, I'm going to explain. This case was, as I said, this is the kinds of example of metals that we have to find. Those are going to be the seed of the cancer. In this case, was calcium. So if we have calcium, the way we do to make calcium is easy. It's once we have chicken bones, little pieces of chicken bones. Once you cook your chicken, you eat it, and you have the bones. Don't throw them away. Just take them, cut them in little pieces, and then because they're too hard, put them in vinegar, boil them in vinegar 4 or 5 times until it gets a little jelly. Once you get jelly, get rid of the vinegar and put the caustic, and then boiling water, and that reaction start to create the different layers, or start to nanocoat, to energize those molecules of the bone. So we put them on the caustic. This There's teaching. There's a lot of teaching. You are interested to make GANs or any food or any elements. Go and find it. You will see any of those teaching on the YouTube. Keshe, knowledge seekers workshop. You can find anything. All the instructions how to make any GANs and any GANs of anything. So this one, so we have that the bones, after we put them on the with caustic and water, we leave it for 6 days. After 6 days, we start to rinse it with distilled water to clean out that caustic, that salty, alkaline solutions. Once we get rid of that, we add CO2 GANs water. After 24 hours, we have calcium of GANs of calcium. This is the way to do it, and this is the way to do the same way to do GANs of food or GANs of whatever you want to do. So this is a process to do it. Once you have water GANs, you put them inside the patches. This is an example. You can put inside anything, any elements, any plasma inside of that, and create the elements. So once we have, in this case, the calcium, we create two fields, different fields with two patches that we put them on that size. In this case, which is a big, huge cancer, we put one patches on the size of the tumor, which is on the left breast on the right sides. So we put the strongest the strongest patches on the right side and the weakest on the left. What does it mean, the strongest and the weakest? Stronger, we put 3 times, like that's an example. Once we create this plasma, we put them inside the patches. We're gonna put like a 9 millimeters on the right side, which is in the left side, 1 milliliter, which is the ratio 3 to 1. So 9 millimeters in the right side, 1 in the left one, on the left side. So that environment creates an environment interaction that those fields will bring balance. So we have the calcium inside, and we have calcium, different strength of calcium outside. So stronger on one side and weak, very weak on the other side. So it creates a magnetic gravitational field in between, and it brings that balance. Will change the environment that seed inside, and little by little that seed starts blending in that environment, and it disappears or becomes part of the body. So because normally the body has calcium, but in the normal concentration, it changes that environment. The same way, if we have a small breast, if it's not a big breast, but it has a small breast, it's a small tumor, we can put the patches, the higher concentration on the back, on the breast level, and the less concentration in front. So we create an environment like this incredible. There's energy that goes in between that brings whatever is involved inside, it blends to that energy field of those elements, and they change the environment. The same way, if we want to repair, we want to add something, we can use the same way, patches in different concentration, and bring the elements inside the body in order to change. So this breast, as you see, as we started to use, I'm sorry, but I warn you that those are graphic, those photos. So, I used to see this, but I'm sorry to show you this photos, but this is the only way to show how this technology. So we see this cancer, very aggressive, that has had infections, that destroyed a lot of tissue inside. So in the body the cancer start growing, but also start rejecting all this tissue. And it's sad to see that cancer, it looks terrible, start growing. And this patient, I know when we saw the doctor, nobody wanted us to touch it, nobody wanted us to eat. It was taken to the hospital because they were afraid of this. So the doctors says, no, nobody can want to touch this. No one had any practice or experience to moving all this kind of tissue, so nobody wanted to touch it. Thanks God, nobody touched it, because we keep putting this patient inside of this environment, and we start seeing the effect that the body started to grow so big, and it started pieces of those tissues starting to come off of the body. It's when the patient rejected pieces of those calcium, when this person started to reject pieces, and those little pieces were inside the very heart, the calcium inside. But every time she rejected that little pieces, it stopped bleeding. So that's why we have to give in blood transfusion to this person. And every time she went to the hospital, they were so they don't want to do anything on this person. They don't want. I asked them to make a biopsy. Nobody wanted to make a biopsy. So you see that the tissue, all the tissue, the cancer that was growing on the left side, and see that was dying after being involved in this environment. So the person, the body, the immune system starting to reject to get rid of that tissue and to get it start to shrink it. That shrinking of that tissue, because it's that a lot of the breast tissue was destroyed inside, so that's why that shrink of that tissue. But so I asked the doctors, we have to go with 5 different doctors because nobody wanted to do a biopsy because they said it's a cancer. They don't need to spend time making a biopsy, but we insisted until we find a doctor who was willing to do a biopsy. Okay, they wanted to prove me that still the cancer, though they made a biopsy. And we also, here we have a CT scan. There was reduction of the tissue and also the lymph of the node lymphs, because at the beginning when she had that big cancer, they have lymph nodes everywhere. They're so big, and when she went through all this this environment, this technology, every part of the body will start changing. So we finally we were able to make a biopsy of this tissue, and we find that was a fiber connected tissue with extensive coagulative necrosis. And it comes with a section of the mass biopsy showed granulation tissues associated with extensive coagulative and calcification, which is highly suspicious for tumor necrosis. The adjacent viable tissue shows granulation tissue, stromal fibrosis, and collections of histiocytic and mixed chronic inflammatory cells. No evidence of viable tumor seen on the current biopsy. There was no tumor anymore. There was just this destruction of all the tissue because of the tumor, but there's no cancer. The cancer was gone. It's just we working on these patients to keep this environment so the body is still changing. We're still using this technology to change the environment. This patient. But also I said to the person that if we need a surgery, we have to wait at least 6 months to get all this tissue softened, and then we can start changing. There's many ways to reconstruct this breast, but still we're using this technology. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, I'm glad to answer. I'm gonna stop sharing and open to all of you. Do you have any questions?
Okay, let me remind the viewers that if they have a question, they can put their hand up, and I could promote you to a panelist where you can use your microphone. I think your microphone's off, Mr. Keshe.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, I'm back again. As I said, thank you very much, Dr. Rodriguez. This was a very impressive presentation, and it actually shows what the technology is about. We have to understand that this is not the only way that the breast cancer shows itself. We have those who are internal and are caused and somehow created internally, and they lead to the same thing. We don't see the tumor, but at the end, as has been said, are cause and the end of life, what we call termination of physicality at the state we are. There is a number of things which has been raised here. You got to understand, this process took about 60 to 90 days from the start to beginning. On the other hand, we don't see any secondary cancer in the body at this moment, as far as we understand. It shows there is no need for operation, there is no need. Once you elevate the soul of the man, the emotion of the man in respect to his soul, the body will take its position. Is what we said. Our features are decided by our emotion in respect to the energy of the soul of the man. There is something which I keep on repeating, and has been repeated by Dr. Rodriguez the same, and that is, there has been a massive misunderstanding about the position of soul of the man, and this misunderstanding has led into a lot of problems. In the present life, or present time, we imagine this is the body of the man, and his soul is somewhere up here. We have thought that this is the position of our soul. So we have nothing to do with it, it's something outside us. But with the present knowledge and what we have gained, we now understand the soul of the man is within the center of the brain of the man. That's why your soul as a source, as a center of the energy, as the sun of the life, takes place inside the body, and as you create different filters around it, you dictate, in reality, different physicalities. It is somehow not up to now fully understood, and if you're a physician and you can look at the MRIs you're given nowadays, look much more closer. You find the position of the soul of the man in the center of the brain of the man, in the bottom part of it. And this we will explain very soon, how the brain of the man is created. As we go in more depth of the knowledge, we open the pieces which has been hidden to the man, and this will change a lot. So what happens, this is the position of the soul, and your emotion takes around it. And in that position, your emotion in its time and interaction will lead to what you call the physical manifestation of the physicality of man in his emotional part, and in respect to his physicality in replication in the body of the man. We see the hands and the fingers on the side of the ear. We see upper arms on top of the brain. We see everything to do with the shoulder and everything else which grows inside. This has been one of the mysteries of the creation, where man thought his soul is outside his body. But in fact, the soul of the man, the operation, the essence of the creation of the man is within the center of the brain of the man. And in that position allows the field to be affected by the emotion, that emotion reflects in the physicality of the man. And now we understand how we lead ourselves into our cancers. You got to understand that every cell of the body of the man carries emotional part as much as it does the physical part. So this has been part of what we see and how we change the condition, because all we do as present people is we change the filtering thickness. If you change the strength of the filter, you increase the strength. At the lower strength, there is no cancer to be created. And that's how you disarm the body from its own tools of destruction of itself. In so many places, in so many ways, once man understands this, a lot of things comes to order. In the present part of the understanding, you call it different chakras. Now you understand how what you call the energy points are controlled by the body of the man itself. And then you understand what you imagine to be a chakra above your head, an energy point, where you call the position of the soul, is within the center of the body of the man. And this is what is important to all of us. For the first time, we can position our soul. If you translate or redefine soul as the center of the energy of the creation of the entity of the physicality of the man, then you understand it's easier to define creation. It's easy to interact with the creation. There is not a mystery that is there, something that leads to our creation. The sun is in the center of the solar system. We don't see the sun outside, that it creates the earth and the other planet. How can it be any different with the body of the man? But in this structure, the soul of the man sits within the structure of his own sun. And if we look at the whole structure of the brain of the man or any animal, we see it. We want it to be mysterious, but in fact, is the essence of. As it radiates out, it leads to our creation. If you put it together in a different way, there is no difference between the sun and the body of the man. The sun sits in the center and radiates out equally, so does the soul of the man. And in due to massive amount of material which we have fitted around it, we have created a much faster reduction in the fields of it. And this is what you have. And in that rapid reduction, you read to better, faster physicality. If you look at the sun, as the rays goes out, the higher, the further, and wherever it goes, the plasma of the sun leads to creation of physical part. The earth, Saturn, Venus, and in the energy transfer from the center with the shell of its fields, we create, we call it the solar system. So is the body of the man. The brain has become the filter. Here, the mass of the filter is very less. So the slowing down of the fields is much lower. So the expansion of the size and the boundary of the physicality. In the brain of the man, the physicality is different, where actually the filtering is much stronger, much compacted fields, so you see the physical structure. There is no difference in the world of creation. And this is what now we can interact. Now we feed the emotion, and by feeding the emotion, we change the filter strength from what was to be sadness to joy. Now we understand that every emotion has a field strength. It gives and it takes. And now we can change it. What is pain to me is not pain to somebody else. It could be joy. Now, with this knowledge, we can decide to change. And that change, because the strength changes, it changes the field in respect to what's created, disappearance of the cancer. All we do, we continuously surround the body and enter the body fields of plasmatic condition that the body takes its position to elevation of its own magnetic field of the emotion and change of the cancer. This can be any disease. If you understand this, then you understand in the coming time, when the man travels into deeper space, is the strength of the fields which he creates around his soul will dictate the shape of the man in a deeper space. Then we become the chameleon of the space. In a way, through the process of the health section, we open the door to the reality of the creation in the universe. These, at the moment, are very, very much what it is, the present limited understanding of the man in respect to his own life. But what we have done, we have used in centuries and thousands of years herbs, materials, which could affect. In the recent past, we increased the knowledge into the hand of those who could compact it. We have called them the pharmaceuticals. And we have called them different names, tablets, injections, and anything else we like, to only affect the physicality. We never understood that the emotion of the man is connected to zinc. In totality, once we understood this, it changes the course. Now we can change the strength of the emotion with physicality, according to what we put in. In this week's teaching on Thursday, when is a general public teaching, I'll explain this more. And then we understand more how some of us become vegetarian, some of us become meat eaters, and how our life changes according to the amount of energy which we absorb. It'll be very interesting. We open a new dimension in teaching on Thursdays, and you will understand. What has happened to us in the past few decades is that we have given our trust of our world of health into the hand of what we call man of science. And the man of science, according to what the financial backers have said, have cheated, have depleted the life of the man in a way. It says my internet is unstable. Can you hear me, Rick?
Yes, Mr. Keshe,
Yeah, okay.
Sounds pretty good.
Okay, so now in past decades, we have given our trust in the hand of people who have managed to control the legislation and push anything they like to affect our physicality. We call them pharmaceuticals. In fact, they have been helpful, but in so many ways, all the medicine we have is one way. It treats the physicality without understanding why the emotion has come into play. One of these cases which we strongly oppose in the use of medication is what we call the beautiful people, or what you call schizophrenic. World of medicine has never understood that the world of schizophrenic is world of two entities within the body of one man. We always call them the twins because we could see them, because they had two physicalities. We call them Siamese twins, which they share part of the physicality, but because of our own lack of understanding, we never understood that the two souls can live within one body that can share the body. In totality, in the world of creation, we call them the twin stars. When we look at the twin star, we don't look at two individual stars. We look at the collective effect of that entity in its environment. So, in so many ways, if the world of medicine ever understood this, would have never created any medication for schizophrenic, because they know it does not work. Because they understood that they have understood nothing in reality about the world of creation, that there are two souls within the structure of one physical body. No medication can change unless you bother one and you elevate the strength of the emotion in one that affects the emotion of the other. If the man of medicine could understand there are two entities within the body, or three entities within the body of the man you call a schizophrenic, you will never give him a medicine. You ask his name. What does he want to be known as? How does he want to represent himself? And you'll find out you speak to different souls, which they have different language, and they dress different, and they react different, and they show different emotion within the physicality of the body they carry jointly. This is the lack of understanding of the man, which we create medicines for the things we don't understand. And then because of our lack of understanding, we enforce it with castration, with imprisonment, and putting these people behind and into institutes which we should be in there, not them, because in reality we never understood the totality of the creation. We are too physical and we don't understand. So maybe with these teachings, as is cancer, we have become, through our medicine, the cancer of life of these people who are in entity, the twins, the triplicates. We have to see it to believe it, speak to them the language they understand. You'll have to speak on to 2 or 3 souls which are confined within the same body. How this happens, I have taught many times. But at the same time, as the pharmaceuticals have created their own way of control that nobody else can afford to do it, they have brought in clinical trials that we kill more to prove more how ignorant of the knowledge of creation we are. At the present clinical trials, when you want to introduce something new, you create different animals. You give birth or allow animals to be created, born, and then you infect them with the diseases which is bothering you, and you're too chicken to do it yourself. You give it to the mouse, to the rat, and then you'll see what it does to them. And then you say, because 99% of the body of the whatever animal is close to the man, so we can barely or maybe use it for ourselves. But on the other hand, the man never understood that the creation of the amino acids from the atmospheric part of the body of the planet has led to creation of the man, and that is why all the animals have so much closeness, because man up to now never understood, as we've explained in many teachings, that is made out of 3 parts of this beautiful planet we call Earth. It has its gaseous part, it has its liquid part, and it has its solid part. And the amino acid of the body of the man comes from the gaseous part. And that is why most of the animals on this planet are so close to each other, because modern science never understood that us, totality of the life on this planet, depends on this, because water is made of the gaseous part, which is the carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, and hydrogen are the common elements. Then how they configure and interact with the metal part or the liquid part environment, what we call the solid surface of this planet, leads us to different kind of creation. On Thursday, I'll explain very clearly about even how all the animals created on the condition of certain strength have the same features. Why the man, the cat, the lion has 2 sections of brain, and how he comes to have 2 legs, 2 arms, and everything else, or you become a bird, the feathers, the wings, and the legs. For the first time, I'll disclose this understanding that the man understands more about himself, how he attains his physicality, and understanding this, how he'll attain physicality in different dimensions when he enters the universal community. In this process of understanding the structure, the present pharmaceutical creates another headache for us with, in a way, pushing humanity to the verge of absolute insanity. This insanity is, why do we have to kill so many animals for us to be sure that when we use something, we are so covered, it won't damage us. I said some time ago, if the condition of testing needs to see what is good for us, every single restaurant, every single takeaway should have an FDA certificate that the food has been tested on the mouse and has killed no one. But we don't do that. We decided that wherever there is a lot of money, we attach to it physicality of health control. Nobody controlled my grandparents and my great-grandparents of a generation when they were the medicine man. Now it makes a lot of sense to make a lot of money, and we put it under control of what we call pharmaceutical control. And nowadays, even if you want to eat a mint, you have to have a certificate from the shop that it's a mint and what the FDA does with it. For this reason, to comply with the present regulations that the material is safe and shuts, in a way, a lot of criticism on the Keshe Foundation, we collaborated with a scientist in Tokyo.
Ja, det var første del, ja. Noen som er sugen på en kaffe, så er tida nå. Eller hvis det er noe dere vil snakke om, eller spørre om, eller tillegge i henhold til presentasjonen fra Dr. Rodriguez. Før vi går inn i testene på mus som GANs er giftig, og hvordan det fungerer på kreft, både ved å injiseres i blodet og gis oralt. No questions? Ingen spørsmål? Ingen som har noe å si?
Nei.
Sett på 5 minutter nå, og så er du snill. Please.
En gang til.
Er du snill å sette på 5 minutter nå?
Ja.
Takk. Ja, den gikk fort. Det var så hyggelig musikk, eller?
Jeg har spilt den av på dobbelt hastighet. Nei, ja.
Ja, det kjentes sånn ut. Nei, men jeg vet ikke, vi får vel bare tråkke videre da. Hvis det ikke er noen som har noe spesielt å merke. Og jeg bare minner på at teksten er ikke perfekt. Det er langt ifra perfekt, men det er over 80% riktig. Og hvis det er noen ord som er uforståelige, så jeg har lagt merke til at vi oversetter noen ord ganske rart. Men det er noe sånt der. Det er autotranslate. Men det er lov å spørre også, hvis det er noe som mangler. Nå kommer presentasjonen til Mr. Khan, jeg husker ikke etter navnet også. Han er i hvert fall forsker ved Tokyo Universitetet. Så kjører vi bare videre. Hvis det Keshe kommer til å introdusere ham, så starter presentasjonen.
The original testing was to show that these materials which we use, which is a copy of the structure of the universe we call GANs, which is the packs of energy, are not toxic. That don't harm us. Because there has been a lot of criticism that these things are this and that. So we start step by step, element by element, to find out which one has which effect. So we started what we call the clinical phase 1, which is for toxicity. And we'll see this test done by the scientist himself in laboratory of the Tokyo University, and he will present the paper. This paper is fundamental. It will be the cornerstone of all the application of what we call CO2 and zinc oxide. We need to do many of these toxicity, but by energy level transfer and not by killing animals. As I said before we start this part, we bless the soul of those animals which intrude in their souls for our own weakness and cowardness in testing it on ourselves. As I said before, when we lose those who lose their lives on the line to protect our lives, in a military term, we stand by the flag and we stand silence. We do the same with the football players who served us and gave us pleasure. Maybe it's time to stay silent. For the soul of the animals we sacrifice to prove to these ridiculous conditions of what we call medical control. I ask you to stay silent for a minute and we come back. And then we start the presentation by one of the most sincere scientists I know, one of the most highly intelligent people I know, and one of the most honest men I've known on this planet. Stay silent for 1 minute, please. Thank you very much. If you were with us here in this room, you would have heard something very strange. Even the church bells start ringing. Very strange. The Creator is with us, and on time control. Let me introduce you to the scientist. Most of you know him. You have met him. You have seen some of his presentation. He's one of the leading scientists of the Japanese University of Tokyo. He is the man who took the Keshe Foundation into TEPCO. He's the man who collectively worked with the Keshe Foundation in eradicating the conditions and the problem we saw with TEPCO. And what all he got was to be sacked from his job because he released the name of TEPCO to Keshe Foundation, but it needed no man of intelligence to understand why they are carrying so much tests. It wasn't for Mr. Mickey Mouse in Tokyo, it was for TEPCO because they had problem in nuclear reactors. You've seen Mr. Canson before presenting it. He has done in collaboration with TEPCO, what we call with Tokyo University, as he was one of their excellent senior students in the past. He did most of the examination, the testing, with supervision of the scientists in TEPCO, in Tokyo University. And this paper, because we financed what was there from our side, was done by him. And he has delivered a beautiful papers which was read and approved by the professors on the phase 1, phase 2. And what we have seen is been such a rapid, perfect results that we decided to publish the third paper as it is, because what we saw as a result confirms the correctness of the technology in eradicating cancer in one go. Usually we spend months to see the result. With this technology and use of the GANs materials in the data which will be presented to you scientifically, shows does not need months, does not need uncertainty. The results indicates and shows that in the case of intestine cancer, which can apply the same to stomach and large intestine, we have seen 100% reduction in all cancers with the animals tested, and 5 of the 10 animals were sacrificed, and the data showed no toxicity. I do not see any reason for the other 5 to be sacrificed. This is enough. In that case, and because of the situation we have now in Tokyo University, we have written the final paper done by the scientists who's done it. What I ask Mr. Snow to do for us is to present every paper today step by step. Trial phase 1, full information delivery. Those of you who have come from governments, we respect you. And those of you who come from pharmaceuticals, you will learn something new. Those third world nations who could not afford and cannot afford 150,000, 200,000 chemotherapy, your nation can achieve the same result with less than $1. But with most probably high guarantee that the cancer will not come back. Because with this technology, you have sorted the root of it, which is emotion in most of cases. I'm going to go quiet. I invite our sincere partner in development to take over. You all know him. He has given us a couple of lectures before. And he will tell us step by step. I have asked him to explain the production system, how he produced the material, that you as governments and as citizens can produce it yourself, and you have to understand there is a disclaimer. This is what we have seen. This is data scientifically approved, has been collected. I feel sorry for pharmaceuticals with all the chemotherapy from today, but I'm very rejoiceful because I know they didn't work. They give you time lap of life sentence between 5 to 10 years, or maybe a little less, maybe a little more. This is our finding. This is what we see is the responsibility of every individual to decide themselves. We teach you the method how to make the material because we are strong and we know this brings us benefit in elevating the soul of humanity. In this process, everything will be explained in detail. We allow governmental, we know they are sitting from different nations in the background. We allow scientific organizations to ask and put questions directly to us. This is your right. But what we don't allow is for you to foreclose on this technology, because the technology belongs to humanity and is a gift from Keshe Foundation to world population. This time, we don't make a mistake of the past. This time, we work directly in sharing the knowledge through the hand of the scientist. We're going to carry on with trials which you or pharmaceuticals wants to do, and our resources at Keshe Foundation and our scientists are and will deliver this directly to all of you. Which means if you are a member of the pharmaceutical and you want to be as part of the work, it is your job to join us on the Keshe Foundation website, which we have developed, and is called cancerprocessing.org. You can go in there and go to the bottom of the page, and what you will see is that there are two links. One link is connected to those individuals who want to carry on with the process of the cancer. The other one is for pharmaceuticals and governments. We release the knowledge fully. There are some we cannot disclose here, as we did before, that you can rapidly develop these things in the background. We know government officials from a number of African nations are in the background. We respect you, and this is a gift to Africa. This directly to understand to all of you. Simplicity of the which technology. Means if you are a member of the pharmaceutical, will deliver these products across Ghanaian territory in the coming weeks at the disposal of the nation. And the government will tell us how they want to handle it. There should be no cancer in Ghana in the next 12 to 18 months. Those who are connected to the emotional part of the body of the man. We release these technologies because it's the right of the man to be free from the shackles of the control. I said to our supporters very recently, in these pages we see the cancer touching the physicality of the man, and we are giving the knowledge freely. In the present environment, what we have discovered and what we are sharing worth trillions. With this opening, we hope the other cancer which is sitting with a man, which is sitting with the financial world, will respond the same. We call upon people like Bill Gates to open the funds for development. We know other people who are sitting there. This is the challenge. You wanted to bring vaccination. Now Keshe Foundation Technologies has disposal of man for cancer. The reserve cash in Bill Gates' fund, what we call foundation in Netherlands, we know of, we talk to them. Open it up for humanity, and we'll see there'll be no cancer. If you are the true man of your word. We know other people who are serving the same. We ask you to open your wealth to humanity, not to Keshe Foundation. Allow these technologies to open up rapidly, that we get rid of the cancer of the financial control, because a healthy man does not need any healthcare. On the other hand, we see a number of nations leaders controlling the pharmaceutical for the control of nations, and mainly this sits with the kingships. In the countries where there are kings, we see they control the pharmaceutical to the benefit. We call for the end of kingship too, because the man has to be free from the cancer of kingship. All men are equal. Our wish is our command, and we shall see very, very soon the end of the kingships across Europe and the rest of the world. This is the wish of the supporters of the Keshe Foundation, and shall be done. We challenge the richest men in the world to open their wealth to serve humanity the true way through the Keshe Foundation works and other agencies who work like us, not to benefit themselves in the front and be charitable in the back. I invite a very simple man to explain to you. I've known him for nearly 4 years. He has risked everything of his life. You remember I told you the American government wanted to stop the process with TEPCO. They put a 4-year-old child into prison. It's his child. They put his child and his wife to block TEPCO to release information. So he has received everything we've been through, he's been through. Mr. Khan, can you take over and please go through pages, every paper, one by one. Are you there? Can you open the KF Japan for us, please?
We see him on the list.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Can everybody hear me well?
Yes, good morning. Good afternoon to you.
Almost evening, sir. Yeah.
Evening.
Yeah.
You have the total freedom. I would like you to share the knowledge on the first clinical trial to prove the material is used scientifically is non-toxic. Then I would like you to present the second paper, which shows the material for its application to cancer.
Sure.
And thirdly, you can go ahead and close with the third, what I call the test and results on the mice which you have. And these tests will go, these papers will be freely on the Keshe Foundation blueprint for governments to go to very rapidly. It shortens the application very rapidly. And we thank sincerely the Chancellor of Tokyo University and the professors who helped us with this. If you're Japanese, send your thank letters and commissions to the Chancellor of the University of Tokyo. He's been elemental, especially the professors in the background who have helped us to do this job. Sometimes these chancellors don't see the reality because of the position of the power. But pray for his soul that we extend this research into Fukushima and that area. No nation needs cancer research and development more than Japan at the moment because of the large number of cancers which has come across due to Fukushima. So if you're Japanese, send your thanks letters to the university chancellor. If you're from anywhere, from any part of the world, and you have respect for the word of the foundation, do the same. Very easily, send your gratitude to University of Tokyo for what you released as Blueprint for Cancer today. Without them, this would have not been possible. You can send your thanks the same, sits with the government of Japan. In knowing openly we were researching, they allowed the research to be carried on, that they could see the benefit for the nation. Mr. Khan, the floor is yours. I sit back.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for 4 years of work.
Thank you, sir. None of this could be achieved without your support, mostly like emotional, also financial. So also the invention is yours. So we just applied, we just try to find new ways to use it. So, and also I'd like to thank you to University of Tokyo, the professors and assistants who really tried their best under very stressful condition to carry on these researches. So yes, but none of this could have been achieved without your support. So yes. Anyway, I'm still trying to recover from the Dr. Rodrigo's photos. So my presentation will be rather dull compared to his presentation. So okay.
Every time I share these pictures with Mr. Khan, he says I'm going sick. He calls it the sickening pictures. But this is the reality.
It's awful now.
But at least a mother is there for a child. That's the beauty of it.
Yes. Anyway,
okay. I'll leave it to you. You can start your presentation, please.
Sure. Thank you so much, sir. Can you see the
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
We see the medical and biological use of CO2 and copper
Sure.
cans.
Okay. Anyway,
Go ahead.
this is the starting, so I don't need to tell much about it. I'm skipping this page. So yeah. So how I did get into making some GANs, make a use of it. I started with water purification. So before cancer applications, and it was almost 2 years ago. So I started with manufacturing copper GANs in order to purify some contaminated water, mostly lake water or any water, to turn into a drinking water. My application was focused on Africa, so you know the situation there, and so I was trying to find a cheap way to achieve at least a decent drinkable water for the people there. So, and I started doing these copper GANs, and so this is the simple
Well,
test I made.
excuse me.
Sure.
Can you first of all tell us your background, who you are? That's our tradition. Your
Okay.
qualification that we know.
Sure. Okay. Yes. Right now I'm in Japan, and I spend most of my time in Japan. And my family, actually, we are not Japanese, and we ran away from kind of government pressure to Japan. And I grew up here, and I got a scholarship from the University of Tokyo, which is still actually the best universities all over the world. And I graduated from chemical engineering with high honor. And then my business career started with very fashionable way. So I started working at the trading companies in Japan, and like a high rank official position doing trading. And I did that long time. So I was doing trading all over the world, US, Europe, selling bulk chemicals or anything you might expect from the trading companies, and making lots of money. So, and TEPCO was one of our customer of I don't want to give names, but it's the biggest major trading house in Japan, and Tokyo. Also, the Japanese government was our customer. So, in order to just let you know, the Japanese, let's say the institutions or the major companies, they don't really come to your company and buy things, especially overseas. So they use intermediate companies called trading companies. They don't have that kind of companies overseas. It's very unique to Japanese business manner or business ways. So there are trading companies, and they're huge. So the institution or the customer or the other companies, they give purchase orders to trading companies, and trading companies, they contact to the manufacturers and then supply to customer and get some kind of decent commission from this business transaction. So, which I was working for trading company. So TEPCO was our customer. It's a government entity, and after that incident happened, so we got lots of orders, like pipes, anything you might expect, the ion exchange medias, ropes, even robotic systems and everything. So one of them was, my main responsibility was to supply ion exchange resin to TEPCO. So and I was shopping all over the world for ion exchange resin, which might work to decontaminate Fukushima. So, and one of them was I encountered on the web, Mr. Keshe and his technology. I was very skeptical, so it didn't look right. But anyway, at that time, so but I wanted to give it a try. So on the different scenario is also, there is a feeling that I was kind of dragged by TEPCO to Mr. Keshe for somehow that I can supply them with some kind of samples or whatever that they would like to have. So this is the part I still cannot understand. So it's still a dilemma for me. So did I find myself directly, or I was directed by TEPCO in order to go Mr. Keshe and get some samples? This is a different situation, because the computers and the search engines and everything can be very much hacked. So when it is unlikely, when you write the ion exchange resin on the web, the first thing you encounter is Mr. Keshe on my computer at work. But on the other side, when I go to home and I again write ion exchange resin, what I encounter is a different thing. So there's something like fishy, I thought. But anyway, I realized that after a long time after. So anyway, I happen to know Mr. Keshe with this ion exchange resin, let's say, purchase or business, and the rest, you know. So it became a different situation. So in the end, but anyway, TEPCO got what they wanted, and TEPCO got all the information, and they use it very well without giving Mr. Keshe the credibility of what he did. So anyway, this is past, and the Fukushima is more or less saved. People are right now moving there. Like, can you imagine? Like, everybody knows Chernobyl in Russia. This TEPCO was worse than Chernobyl. And in 4 to 5 years, right now, the people who used to live around that nuclear plant are moving back there. So what kind of technology can achieve this normally on Earth? So none of the companies or any, look at all the literature and publications, there's no such technology existing in that massive scale of decontamination of soil, water, whatever you guess. So I believe, and I still believe, the TEPCO is using very much Mr. Keshe's technology. Still they are using, maybe even they took it further. So, and maybe they're not only trying different types of GANs, but I don't know, you can imagine what they might do. They have lots of scientists and many things they can achieve. So it looks like they achieved. So anyway, so let's stop this TEPCO issue for a moment and come back to our cancer and how I start working on cancer. So Mr. Keshe, is this okay, this much information to public, or should I be going into more detail?
No problem. That's not just to know where you are educated from and your background, that
Okay.
you're qualified to do these tests.
Sure. Well, I wanted to tell that because I still want you that the TEPCO should pay respect to your organization and you. So regarding
In time, it will change.
So
don't worry.
I'm
Can you carry on with your presentation, please?
Sure, sir. Sorry, I took so long.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So, thank you. Yes, this is how I started with water purification. So this water actually is there is a lake water. It's a small pond in Tokyo in Kichijoji called Inakoshi. It is in Kichijoji anyway. Don't go into details. So this is the copper GANs, and this is a regular water. And you can see the copper GANs powder. You mix just with water, and then you filter this. Again, when you filter, all the GANs powder remains in the filter. The beauty of it, you can reuse it. So what you have is water called energized water or GANs water, what I call. So just put a few drops of this to the contaminated water, just a few drops of this GANs water, and mix it. And then wait for 6 hours, you can see the color change. And wait for another 6 hours, you see this color change. And when you wait for 24 hours a day, you see this. This is a drinkable water. And you start with this, and you use this. So this is what is breakthrough is this powder can be used many times, and this is the cheapest way to decontaminate the water. So, and then I was very amazed with results. So, and these are the results actually. And after at the lab, we did the BOD testings, and this is what we get. So scientifically, it was proven. So, yeah, this is the Inokashira pond in Tokyo. This is the water, and this became a drinkable water, literally. So, and after that, I wanted to focus the medical uses of GANs, and I thought what can be done with this. But when I started this, and when we made these products all made, and we got huge amount of criticism on the web. It's like awful. This is like the GANs is poisonous, and you die if you eat this and drink this and everything. And my small kid right now. So by mistake, I had this in my fridge for some reason, and my wife used it. My wife made a soup out of it. So, and they consumed it without my knowledge. So, everything is fine. So, anyway, we had to prove this, the criticism with the orthodox methods, which we had to sacrifice many animals in order to do that, which actually not comfortable. So anyway, this is the copper GANs. This is the CO2 GANs. When this is a lot of amount, and this is how you make it. So powder and how you can make it. So it says my internet connection is unstable. This is unlikely in Japan, but hopefully I'm not hacked. So anyway.
Just carry on, there's no problem. This is, you go on the Keshe Foundation website, you see we have a method, we show how to make a CO2. This is a method done and followed by in Tokyo. We are all familiar with this process, but this is how he does it, and the results you get from the technology is using production of CO2 this way.
Okay, we just here modified to get a higher yield. So this is more or less the same. Everybody can follow their own way. So this is basically more or less the same, but we just heat it up, the solution up to 60 degrees. And we use this caustic soda, which everybody actually uses it, and plastic container is typical. So, we more or less in a day, we have plenty of GANs with this method. So, and the thing is, in order to use it as a pharmaceutical grade, from the number 7, you have to do a few extra steps. So what we did, when you make the GANs, everybody knows how to make the GANs, and you collect the GANs with the water itself. The GANs is floating on the bottom of the plastic container, but you just mix it, and then get that water and centrifuge it. And the centrifuge is 10,000 RPM for 10 minutes. That's the typical. And then, but in the end, you replace the water with something called molecule, which is used in the pharmaceutical instead of water. And then when you centrifuge it, the meaning of centrifuge is like you centrifuge the blood, as an example, or you centrifuge anything to separate what is inside. So when you centrifuge the GANs, the GANs with water, the media you got from the plastic container will be separated nicely. Like you don't see anything on the upper side, but everything, the GANs, the powder is precipitated down. So what you do is you get all the water out, which contains salt and everything, all sorts of stuff. Instead, it's kind of a washing, but like a high-speed washing. And then you add molecule instead of that water, and you fill it up again 50 milliliter, and then you sonicate, like that. There is something called sonification, ultrasound sonification. So they actually use it mostly to make salad dressing, to mix water and oil without any surfactant or something. This is a sonification. This is a probe. They call it probe. What you use it for sonification. It's a cheap equipment. So, and those are these are the parameters that you can apply. So, and then what you do is you repeat 4 times to make it more clean. You kind of wash it. This is, you wash it. Number 7, you wash it, and then number 8, you get the dirty water out or dirty molecule out, add a new water, and then you mix it. You sonicate it. Okay, and then the media, you again centrifuge it and all. You repeat that 4 times, or you can repeat it any time as much as you like, but 4 times is enough, I guess. So in the end, you will have the very pure GANS powder. And then what we did, we dried this GANS powder in the 80 centigrade degrees, which we use centigrade in Japanese, not Fahrenheit. So in the atmosphere, I mean the room temperature in the oven, in the regular oven. And then, but when you dry it, you kind of get like clumps. And in order to like get rid of that, you can use some kind of grinding machine or whatever you like. But the point is, I think according to Mr. Keshe, you should be using plastic, not metals, when you grind it. So, and you can use a plastic grinder for your application. And then again, we used a special dryer. It's a vacuum oven. You get all the air out and you put nitrogen inside, and we dried it further. This is actually how the pharmaceuticals are made. So we just 8, 10, 11, and 12, we just follow the pharmaceutical way to do it. But I don't know if you really need to do it, but we just wanted to be very specific. So this is how we did, and these are the parameters. So everybody can replicate this scientifically and use it. So it's not like a minus or plus or gray or white. It's not gray. It's like this or not like this. So if you follow this recipe, you get what we achieved. So this is what I'm trying to indicate here. And also, this was for the powder itself. This is the GANS powder. So also, GANS powder, when you make the powder, the particle size ranges a lot. So in order to do that, for most applications, especially for injections, or when you even get it orally from the intestine, in order to get it absorbed well, it has to be nano-sized. So further, we had to make a nanoparticle GANS, which is CO2, also zinc, but here I just, for the comfort of it, I just prepared CO2. You can use the exactly same way in order to make the zinc nanoparticles, GANS zinc nanoparticles. So from 1 to 9 is exactly the same as you do the powder, but you don't dry the powder. When you finish washing the powder, what you do is you just filter it with a 8 and 10 micron filter paper, which you can find at the lab very easily, to get the bigger particle size, more than 10 or 8 micron. You discard them. And then there is something called an equipment. It's called ultrafiltration membrane. It's called osmotic equipment. So that is a special equipment. When you put the leftover GANS, once you filter it into that equipment, which the pore sizes are 100 nanometer, it has a mesh consists of 100 nanometer. It gives you the what is that equipment gives you the product the powder, but in the liquid, in the water, every particle size less than 100 nano. Sometimes it depends on the quality of the mesh. Sometimes it is sharp, less than 100 nano, or sometimes plus minus, like even sometimes 200 nano you can get, depending on the quality of the mesh used. Although it says 100 nano, sometimes it's not 100 nano, and we get like 160 nano or 180 nano sometimes. So this is used for mostly creating nanoparticles, which we mostly use in our application. So these are the parameters. So when I'm telling about the CO2 GANs, which we use, this is CO2 GANs nanoparticles, which we use mostly, which is nano size, easy to be absorbed or injected. So after the let's say
can I come back in?
Sure, sir.
Okay, carry on. You're coming to this. Okay, carry on. Carry on.
So sure. Okay, after the water purification, we wanted to make a very, very basic experiment in the lab in order to see if GANs works for as a damage to human DNA, which this is called COMET assay, which is a very basic test, can be done at the laboratories, and everybody who has a little bit of knowledge knows about this in the scientific world, in the biology. So what we did is, these lights are the mitochondrial DNA. Mitochondria has a DNA too, like a cell of the DNA, and in the COMET assay, the DNA of the mitochondria is being used. So those lights you see here, like a comet, these are the DNAs of mitochondria in the cell, which looks intact at the moment, because there's no hydrogen peroxide. H2O2 means hydrogen peroxide. Hydrogen peroxide is a chemical which disturbs DNA very badly. It corrupts, it kills DNA. So when you normally add hydrogen peroxide to this is what you get, is all disrupted DNA. DNA is wasted. So this is what it is. When you regularly mix with the healthy DNA, when you add hydrogen peroxide in it, this is what you get. So this is all disturbed and wasted DNA, no use. It's almost dead. So on the other side, what we did is we add first GANs water. So which the GANs water means, I'm gonna backward a little bit. Okay, this is the GANs water, what I'm calling about. This is the GANs water. Once you filter, you put, here is a copper GANs, what I use CO2 GANs, you mix with water, the powder, and then you filter it, and you get a clear water, which I call it GANs water. So this is what we used here. So we first mix the DNAs with the GANs water, and after we add hydrogen peroxide. And miraculously, hydrogen peroxide has no adverse effect on the DNA. This DNA is intact. This is very interesting. And then once this was the beginning of everything actually. So at the University of Tokyo, when they saw that this very simple test, they said this is unlikely happen. It can unlikely happen. This, you just add a regular water and nothing. So and this is DNA is intact. It's very unlikely, and we want to work on it. So this is how it started. Okay, so I'm going to the next slide, and then so we were trying to find some ways to do it. Like we should use it for something very, very difficult to cure. So at that time we didn't have any project yet. So what I did, I just actually got one poor mouse, a poor mouse from a colleague there, and we induced tumor on this mouse. So, and then this is the tumor. And this is 100 Japanese yen for the comparison. It's a big tumor. So this is the GANS water which we were actually manufacturing here in this way, and we had a lot. So we want to try it. And after injections, we got this mouse totally intact and recovered, but this test was uncontrolled. There's no control group in this. This is not scientifically okay. But preliminarily, we get to know that this works for cancer, and this probably works well. So this was done in 2015 here. So, and what I did is I injected this right into the tumor. So for almost a month, you get everything recovered, like more or less the Dr. Rodrigo's experiment. This is not experiment, but treatment of his patient, but not so severe. So this tumor was under the skin of the mouse, and it wasn't disruptive on the outer skin. So when the tumor is gone, it's totally like a healthy mouse. And this was the first experiment I did myself, which led to the other bigger experiments. So, and then, okay, in order to, once again, we said, in order to prove this works, we have to implement some, let's say, orthodox ways, like regular scientific ways, which all of them actually requires us to use the animals, so especially mice. And in order to do the toxicity test, we follow the regular path, which is that we use 65 mice in order to prove this CO2 gas is not toxic. So those are all the, I put all this information on the presentation just for notes. So I'm not gonna explain all of these, but this is probably being recorded all over. So who wants to replicate the experiments we did here, all the information is out on this presentation. So you can replicate it, and you can see the results for yourself. And once there's a criticism comes, at least we have some kind of scientific evidence on a scientific base that will stop all the criticism, unbased criticisms. Like, anyway, so I just want to continue the presentation here. We used total of 65 mice, and we divided mice into 7 groups. Sorry, it should be 13 groups, 5 mice each. So that was a mistake. What we used here CO2 GANs, and the CO2 particle size was less than 100 nano. So, and the average of the particle size was 35 nano. So what we did is we got all those mice, and except 5, we injected all of them with the GANs, which the GANs is this GANs. So in different concentrations, like from 1,400 to 0.5 milligram per kilo. So, and we injected the mice through their tail. There's a vein, and we injected through their vein. And then after we wait if they die or not. So whether they die or not. So that was the experiment done. Also, we checked some of the mice we had to sacrifice, like after injecting one day, 3 days, 6 days, and 16 days, in order to see if there is any accumulation or damage on their tissues. So I'm gonna show them a little later. So this is called this result called is LAD50 estimation. This is the main basic estimation, estimation in order to define the toxicity. So according to this test and test method, the toxicity level for the mice was determined. For the mice was 1,400 milligram per kilo, which is like 1 grams per kilo, which is a lot. So we didn't carry further tests because maybe it is much higher. But even 1,400 milligram per kilo in any standard, it means non-toxic. So we didn't see any need to carry that further to 2,000 or 5,000 or 10,000, which could have been done, but we didn't want to waste more lives, more animals, so we just stopped at 1,400 milligram, which is practically non-toxic. So, and here is written blood kinetics. Okay, but we didn't use 1,400 milligram, we used 1,000 milligram per kilo just to adjust the numbers. So this blood kinetics tells you is that once you injected the GANs, nanoparticle GANs, what happens in the blood? So the blood, the concentration of the GANs particles rapidly in few minutes, as expected, it goes high. And then it goes down and down and then typically vanishes in 1 hour. So what means that when the GANs nanoparticles in the blood vanishes, where do they go? They go into the tissues. It means that they go into the tissues. So, and then we had to see the short-term tissue distribution of GANs on the tissues. Let's say the liver of the mouse, the kidney and the spleen of the mouse. So, so this is what we did. We had to sacrifice the mice and we had to smash the liver, kidney, and spleen, and we had to measure how much of GANs is inside the in their tissues actually. So this is the test, and this is the test reports are done. So it looks like the GANs is not accumulated in the tissues as well. So it rather goes through the urine or goes through the feces of the mouse. So it is very much in 1 hour, more or less, you lose all the GANs that you got injected. So of course, everything stays in your bladder, and it means that it is neither in the blood nor in the tissues. There's no accumulation of this, so everything is rapidly discarded. So this is what it means. And then here, the pathological examination, which we did. So these are the liver, kidney, and spleen tissue. These are the photos. So once you injected the GANs nanoparticles, because you are injected something like a solid and nanoparticles, even titanium dioxide is toxic. So you would expect some kind of damage somewhere. But with the GANs, it is not the case. So this is the control group, and the colors of the photos are kind of different, but it was taken in different times. So the exposure or the lighting is not well adjusted. But with the scientific eye, when you look at these photos, there's no damage in any tissue. So it means that, so these are the photos from day 1 to day 16. We sacrifice mice in the day 1, day 3, day 6, and day 16 in order to see if there is any damage in their tissues. Non-damage was observed. So this is what proves it. So, and according to the conclusion, we got the conclusion that the toxicity for the mice is greater than 1,400 milligram per kilo by injection. So, and this means the GANs is non-toxic. Also, we have proven that it has no pathological damage on the tissues, and it is not stored in the body. It is rapidly discarded. This was experiment 1 regarding the toxicity of the GANs. And this was done 2016, the end of 2016, November to December, in a short period. And yeah. So after that, we switched to the cancer efficiency of CO2 and zinc oxide.
Can I just stop you for a second?
Sure,
This
sir.
is clinical.
Sorry, the line is cut. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear
Yeah.
you now.
I said what you presented up to now was clinical phase 1.
Yes, clinical phase 1. Yeah, kind
This
of.
is-
Yeah. This is actually this is the toxicity report in order to get this clinical phase 1, kind of. So
Yes. So this what you're presenting now is the cancer cell trial.
yes, and once we determined this is non-toxic, because we had to determine the non-toxicity for the cancer experiment, because the cancer experiments are mostly done with the on the cell using chemotherapy, and chemotherapy are toxic chemicals. So in order to, we had to follow the rules which the regular chemotherapeutic chemicals are being evaluated. So
Can I ask you a question, which is very stupid question?
Sure, sir.
If pharmaceutical companies receive certification with toxicity levels high, how do they get the certification?
Yeah, it's not. They have to adjust the amount. They have to dilute it. So.
Okay, so the amount is diluted to reduce the toxicity.
Yes, but
okay.
It has to kill the cancer cell. If it kills the cancer cell in a bearable toxicity, then it's okay for the pharmaceuticals in order to get that approved. So,
okay.
Of course, you don't use mercury or arsenic or whatever because it's very toxic and it kills everything rapidly. So there's no way to get approved for these kind of chemicals. I'm just telling these because everybody knows mercury and the arsenic is very toxic. So
okay, so we make a conclusion on paper 1, the first trial. So you've proven, if you can go back to it, please.
Sure,
can you go back? We have proven that the CO2 is non-toxic.
Yes.
Are there any questions from the panel? Is there any questions you want to ask from the governmental or the scientific people in the background?
So I rather pass this information rather fast. So if anybody
let me see if there are any questions.
Any question, then I can answer them later sometime too.
If you will stay on the conclusion, it'll be perfect. Do you see any questions in the background?
Let me see.
No, you won't see it. The webmasters will tell us.
Question and answer.
There are some
questions.
There's a question. What is milliQ?
Yeah, milliQ is, if you type it on Google, you will see that milliQ is some kind of, let's say, water substitute in order to be used in the experiments instead of water. When you do cellular work, the experiment on cellular base, you have to use water called milliQ for centrifuge. So you don't use purified water, you use milliQ, kind of. It's a kind of a brand name. So you can use regular water as well, but just to be scientific, we just use milliQ.
But can I add to this? Sure. According to scientific at the FDA, what they tell us, that water can be replaced by CO2 plasma water. It's much more effective. This was when we had a meeting with them, is that they prefer to use CO2 gas water
Yes.
for anything else because it's that effective.
Yes, it is effective, but
It's sort of pure.
Yes. So, as you know, we have a lot of criticism on this CO2, and it is toxic. So,
Yes, it's a scaremongering is a way of controlling.
Yes.
We've seen a lot of it. We've seen where it comes from, and now this is the paper done in Tokyo University. The data is there to be analyzed exactly. If you follow the same procedure, you should get the same result.
Yes.
And this shows to us that CO2 is non-toxic, has not been seen by the measures and amounts which has been discussed here in the organ of the animal. So this has been a crucial point for us to do the second part of the clinical trials.
Yes.
Are there any other questions?
There's a technical question about for grinding. Would stone grinders or bowls be usable instead of plastic? And another question about filtering. Could cleansui filters be used? Cleansui are microfiber water filters used in households and in tech hospitals as well.
Yes. Okay. If you go down to 100 nano or 200 nano, anything you can use it. So we had that equipment, reverse osmosis equipment at the lab, and it works with this kind of mesh. So we prefer to use it. So, but anything you can get under the nano, you are free to use it, I guess.
Okay, and what about the grinding or with a stone grinder or stone bowl?
Grinder, yes. This is the usually what we do in the lab and what we do at the pharmaceuticals. We have a grinder, but this grinder is metal. So we normally use it to grinding the whatever the chemicals we have. Even we grind pills, and so.
So people could perhaps use a what they call a mortar and pestle, which has been used traditionally for centuries.
What has been, why I added that, because Mr. Keshe, he advised me not to use any metal while I'm grinding. So we had some actually made of glass. We had a glass mortar, and I used that. So, well, I think you can use anything you like pretty much, except metal. But I think Mr. Keshe knows better the interactions between the GANs, powder, and the other metals, he recommends plastic. So I think he should better answer this question, which is the best to grind it.
Okay.
Okay, would you like to go out within our limit of the time? We don't have a problem.
We're at about 3 hours right now. There was a suggestion that we could have a 5-minute break at some point within the next hour. We do have to restart before the 4-hour mark for sure.
Okay,
so maybe...
do you want to do it now? Because we've been going for 3 hours. We get a 5-minute break. That you can restart the process, but keep the videos going. Don't break up the YouTube and others.
Yeah, we're fine on the live stream. I think it's just on the Facebook. That
Ja, det noen spørsmål? Ikke sikkert jeg kan svare på dem, men det lov å stille dem. Hello.
Det ikke sikkert det det.
Nei.
Men hvis ingen la merke til det, så vil jeg da gjerne poengtere det at han sier at de bruker CO2-vann I stedet for det der milli-Q. Og det er veldig, veldig rent vann, det der milky. Og de foretrekker å bruke CO2-vann. Og da det er så min egen tanke da, er at i stedet for å bruke haugevis av penger på rensa vann, så kan man jo lage sitt eget.
Man kan det.
Ja.
Det er ganske riktig. Når du først ringer opp. En annen ting er at til de intravenøse greiene så sier de bruker CO2-ganser. Eller det gjør de i begge tilfeller da, men til det orale så bruker de tørka CO2-ganser. Som man igjen har blandet ut i vann da. Jeg forstod ikke helt det der.
Han brukte jo faktisk kobberoksid til det når han renset vann der i linsen.
Ja, til å rense vannet, ja, men nå tenker jeg på hva han gir til musene. Jeg forstår hva du mener. Kobberoksid er jo det vi har lært vi skal bruke til å rense vann med. CO da. Men jeg tenkte på, han sa spesifikt i starten her at de tørka var til oralt bruk da. Men han blandet litt i vann igjen for å kunne gi dem det. Så de fikk til å drikke vannet sitt da sikkert. Eller en sprøyte i en slange som de setter trimmagen i halsen på det. Det er ublidt behandling av dyra, men det er noe sånt som er påkrevet av de myndighetene her.
Det vil jo ta slutt en dag med den behandlingen her.
Ja, jeg gleder meg. Jeg gleder meg virkelig. Nei, jeg bare tenkte om vi kanskje ville ha 5 minutter til, eller? Trykke på. Det er ingen av de andre deltakerne som har det.
Er det maraton, så er det maraton.
Ja, det er det. Men de skal jo ha muligheten til å lage seg glass saft eller drikke glass vann, gansvann eller kaffe hvis de...
Nå er det ikke bare å kjøre, kommer det ikke en 5 minutter så her da?
Jo, det gjør det. Den kommer nå, bare hvis ikke Keshe er ferdig med å snakke med deg, så starter den. Cirka hva? Jeg kan starte den, ja. Så fortsetter vi bare når det fortsetter. Ok.
Okay, hi,
yes.
Mr. Keshe. Are you ready there now?
Yes, we have number of our audience is still outside. We are in, as I said, in Austria Keshe Foundation Center, as we were last week, and we have a number of audiences here with us, scientists, Keshe Foundation followers, and some doctors, so who are here to see. Would you like to start, Ms. Khan?
Are you sharing your video, Mr. Keshe? Should I stop this share here, perhaps?
No, I'm not. No? It's not mine.
Oh, okay.
Mine is totally out. My microphone is open. I think we got to allow Mr. Khan to share his screen. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Let us start with what do you call it?
Okay.
With paper number 2.
Can you see the?
Can you? Yes.
Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we see it. Anti-cancer efficiency of CO2.
Okay.
And the GANs.
How can I get rid of this?
Okay, take the floor and carry on, please.
Okay, so yeah, after we determine the toxicity, we switch to the cancer efficacy of CO2 and zinc, GANs nanoparticles. Again, I'm telling it's a GANs and it's a nanoparticles, which was manufactured according to the method that I described before. It's the GANs in the water and is in nano size. So, and
this
also,
time you use actually the GANs itself plus water. It wasn't GANs water on its own.
Say again, please, sir.
I said you this time for this trial, you used the GANs water, or did you use a GANs with water?
GANs with water. I mean,
GANs with water.
Because the GANs, in order to inject this, not inject this, in order to use GANs, it has to be dispersed in water in order to retain its nanoparticle. So once you vaporize the water, it will be gonna...
yeah, you see, you speak about the GAN nanoparticle, we speak about the GANs.
Yeah.
Which is made of the environmental condition, not as a matter state.
Oh, yes.
That's a big difference. Okay, carry on. This is your paper number 2, anti-cancer efficiency of CO2 and zinc.
Okay.
GANs nanoparticle in vitro.
Yes, this is the GANs particle we are talking about. So this GANs particle, like a regular nanoparticle that you can see.
Go ahead, please.
So, yes, sure. The test material we used on human cancer cells. It's a tissue. So, and we evaluated 3 types of cancer. The names are written here, as you can read. I'm not gonna go into detail. So, and everything, the equipment and all the reagents that we have used is being written here in detail, also where they were bought. So again, I'm telling this so everybody can replicate what we did and get the same results scientifically. So this is what all information was put. I'm not gonna go through all of these one by one. If anybody wants to replicate, they can just use this information. So also the test method was GANs nanoparticles, which is CO2 and zinc. Also, what we did, we used these GANs particles, CO2 and zinc, in 2 different media. Media means you dilute it in water, regular purified water, or you dilute it in something, what I call is amino, what Dr. Rodrigo is calling CH3 GANs. So it's the same thing actually. So we tried 4 different material or 4 different situations, which is CO2 and zinc nanoparticles, either in water or either in amino containing water, which I call it amino, which is CH3 containing water. So this is totally different. In general, when you add amino, it really energizes all the cells, including the cancer cells. So when you have a very strong cancer cell, even the GANs is not working for some reason. So this is how we evaluated the situation. So before we started the experiment, we weren't aware of it. So Mr. Keshe, he advised us to use amino water instead of water, and we were expecting to get a higher efficiency of the cancer treatment. But rather than that, it was the opposite. When you add amino in it, the cancer cell also get energized, and they are not dying anytime soon. So this was a unexpected, actually for me, a result that I got. So I'd like to tell that from the beginning. So to indicate that why we use this amino water, we didn't start it. We used it hoping that if we're gonna give a better yield for the cancer treatment, but it was the opposite actually. So, but in that case, probably you can use this amino water for something else, like maybe to energize your immune system, or maybe for other different kind of illnesses, against other kind of illnesses. We don't know that yet. So, but basically we started, we tried it with cancer here, which it didn't work in that sense. So,
what do you mean by it didn't work?
I mean, it energized the cancer cells too. Cancer cells became.
You mean the amino, or if you use the GANs, the water of CH3?
The water of CH3.
The water of CH3 from the systems you built yourself?
Yes, sir.
But amino becomes ineffective?
No, amino does not become effective. The cancer cells are getting too powerful, absorbing that amino.
So you cannot use CH3 for the cancer cells?
I think all the cells are getting energized.
Isn't that what you pretty much always said, Mr. Keshe, is not to use the CH3? It'll tend to increase the cancer.
We use the CH3 for feeding.
Right.
We use the CH3 as process of extending the energy.
Yes.
That confirms
in the case of the cancer cell, it would tend to feed off of that energy, sort of like it would with sugar or whatever. Right?
Yeah.
Now, in certain cases, would not that cancer maybe overfeed itself and just have a short life because it blows up, or not?
No.
How did it go in the tests in the lab? Did it just keep proliferating, or did it grow fast and die?
No, it didn't grow fast and die.
Okay.
It was intact. It was very much protected against the GANs nanoparticles. I don't know the mechanism, how it works. So what I guess it was, what I believe, the GANs nanoparticles, these nanoparticles are destabilizing the lysosomes of the cells, and the lysosomes are the toxic, let's say, in every cell there is a organelle, there is something like nucleus or mitochondria or something called lysosomes. Lysosomes contain inside the toxic waste, like a rubbish or trash can in the cell. The cell does not discard any toxic material outside mostly. They tend to keep it inside in the lysosomes. It's like the rubbish bag. So these GANs, I believe, I don't know the real mechanism, but I believe it is destabilizing the membrane of the lysosome, and the lysosome bursts out. And when it bursts out, all the toxic material inside the lysosome are released and kill the cancer cell. So these nanoparticles, it has a really, it doesn't work the same way. They don't go to the healthy tissues, the lysosomes, they don't really get accumulated, but instead, selectively, they go to the cancer cells. So it's almost like a human. They know very well where to go and how to kill this. They're not going to DNA of the cancer cell because DNA of the cancer cell can replicate itself. It's easy. So when you kill, in order to totally destroy it's a marvelous way to do it. In order to totally destroy a cancer cell, this is the best way. Like you kill the cancer cell from inside with its own toxic waste, and there's no way to escape from that. So perfect way. And
this is what you see with CO2.
Yes, with CO2, and I think it's the zinc too as well. So.
Okay.
Now, are you saying that your test, that you did separate tests with just the CO2 GANs and then another test with the CH3, or you use the CH3 water for the whole test?
No, I did with water and with CH3 water both. So
okay.
I'm gonna go through all the details shortly.
Okay.
So,
Carry on,
I just wanted to share my how it works. So I have no evidence at the moment about how it works because we need different equipment in order to define how the nanoparticles they find their way in the cell and in the lysosomes or wherever they go. So what I see under the microscope is that way. So it might be that way. It's a theory, but we have to prove it anyway. So, but we didn't have the chance to prove it. So we were working with the cancer cells mainly. Okay.
Carry on presenting the paper. Let's see where we go.
Okay. So the particle size analysis, we get the, it is just written in order to define how we did the nanoparticles, how we measured the nanoparticles.
Can you move your paper up a little bit? We don't see the bottom line of the page.
Can you read the last?
No, we can't read the last line.
The bath at the room temperature for 15 minutes starts with. Can you read that?
No, we don't see the last two lines.
You see the particle size analysis of GANs, CO2, and zinc oxide nanoparticles.
We only see 3 lines of that.
Yeah. Okay.
Can you move the page up?
Yeah, I'm moving the page up, and I'm moving the page down.
No, you go back to the next page. Okay, can you go back to where you were?
Okay, hold on a second. I have to get out of this screen sharing.
No, it's okay. Carry on, please. Just read it for us. Yep, that's better. Now we can see it.
Okay, so you can see it now.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the particle size analysis of the GANs.
Yep.
Okay, hold on a second.
Now you can close your ladder. That's it. That's perfect. Okay.
So this is the.
You can close your sideline here. We see all your pages on the left-hand side.
Okay.
You need to close
this. Okay.
Okay.
Is it better?
Yep, perfect.
Okay, so this is the particle size analysis of CO2 and zinc. Again, all the information is written in order to replicate for the scientist. And then we do the cell culture exposure with CO2 GANs and zinc nanoparticles. These are mainly how we did it scientifically. I'm not going to go through it. It will be rather boring. And so what I can tell here and what we used is 3 different concentrations of the GANs, which was 5 milligram, 10 and 15 milligrams of CO2 GANs. Also 0.025, 0.05, and 0.1 milligram of GANs nanoparticles. These nanoparticles are diluted in the amino water or regular water, I mean purified water. So two different media they were dispersed in. Okay, so this is the cell viability assay. It says this is the main assay in order to determine the viability, means the death. So this is how we did the this is what we did and what the equipment we use in order to determine the assay and how we created the data. Data is consisted of Western plotting, it says. This is a way to, again, to express the data. I'm not going to go into the details here. So, and also the total RNA isolation and PCR analysis for apoptotic makers. It means that this word means in order to kill the cancer cells from the inside. So when the cancer cell dies or started to die, there are certain chemicals or proteins are being synthesized in the cancer cell. And those chemicals are released into the blood. So when you check the blood, you know that the cancer cells are dying. So in order to determine the amount of the cancer cell, you can measure the blood. As most of
this
you know.
This is what you call the markers.
Markers, yes. So exactly the markers. So those are various markers. Not going into the details. So, and this is another assay, the Keshe's assay or Kaspar's assay, which is mainly done for the cancer research. And also the DNA letter assay. The DNA letter assay is rather a photographic assay. So you get the DNA of the cancer cell and see if it is intact or not. It is more or less similar to the COMET assay with the mitochondria I showed you before. So, and also the oxidative stress parameters. Again, I said when a cancer cell dies, it releases some chemicals which are oxidative chemicals. So you can determine the status of the cancer cell or the patient according to the amount in his or her blood. Also with the animals it works too. So. But here, since we use the human cells, for determination, we followed fully the human assays mostly. Well, this is to continue. Also, this is another oxidative stress. It is called intracellular loss. This is again another detail in order to express the cancer parameters or markers, which we're gonna go through the graphics a little later. And also the estimation of protein, some protein assays. So, okay, we start with the results. Again, the particle size of GaN CO2 and GaN nanoparticles. The nanoparticles were less than 100 nano, more or less. So, this is in the water, this is the culture medium. Culture medium means this amino. So, we dispersed these nanoparticles in water. And this is the zeta potential, and the sizes are written here. Okay, so I'm not going to go through these, and I just switch to the okay. I'm going to switch to the graphs mostly, so we can talk on the graph. So this graph is talking about the killing of zinc oxide against nanoparticles. So what is said here is there are tissues, and these tissues were subjected to the zinc nanoparticle media for 24 hours. So after 24 hours, we just measure the cell viability. Cell viability means how many cells are died or how many cells are surviving, considering the cancer cells. So the orange is control group, and these are the different concentrations that we have used in order to determine the efficacy of the treatment. So the last two is actually the red cells, which is used in order to compare. It's a scientific thing, so I'm not going to go into details. So what I'm going to share with you is that the amount that is recommended here is 0.1 milligram per milliliter. So that works the best. So as you see, 0.1 milligram in amino water, which is indicated with pink, it is almost intact. Like, see, this is the control group is orange, and the zinc oxide diluted with the amino water has no effect. This is the graph, what it says. It is the same as the control group. So on the other side, when you go to the yellow, which contains only zinc oxide and water, you get the efficacy almost 100%. So this is what this graph is telling us about. So this is for the zinc oxide. And the next graph is for the CO2 gas nanoparticles. This is the same thing. It is either diluted in amino or in water. The CO2 diluted in amino has not much efficacy. On the other side, the CO2 diluted in the water has the greatest efficacy. This is the data, and whoever the scientists want to go into detail, they can replicate the same things and they can read the footnotes. Okay, so again, I'm gonna pass these very fast. This is again the CO2 and zinc oxide nanoparticles in the genes of human cancer cells. So what we do is a PCR analysis in order to determine the mRNA levels of the genes, which is consist of 4 different parameters. So, and this first 2 graph is indicating us one parameter P53 and BAX. So this is when you again use the control group, which means the control group, the orange. Again, when we use CO2 and zinc oxide diluted with water, we have the greatest efficacy. On the other side, when we dilute it with amino, it's no different than the control group. So this is what it is indicated about. So this is for CO2 and this is for zinc. And as far as you can see, this is more or less the same. All the graphs are. Zinc oxide has a little bit more higher efficacy than the CO2 itself. So, but it is kind of negligible if you compare with the control group. So this is what I'd like to say as a footnote. Okay, this was actually for 2, the P53 and BAX. And the next is the same, but the same things are written. But here, what is told here, the rest, which is BL2 and caspase-3. So this is more or less the same. When you use the amino and the GANs, this has no effect. But when you dilute it in water, it is effective. These graphs are proving and indicating these. Okay, so there's another thing, again, on the protein levels. I'm gonna pass this very fast too. So this is the basic thing, the basic graph that we are getting it, and then we measure the exposure and we try to make a graph out of it with the numbers. So what we get it is this, something like that. So when we use the control group is like this fading color. But when we add the GANs zinc oxide, color is better, it's not fading away, and also with the CO2. On the other side, if you use the GANs amino order edit, it is no different than a control group. It means that the cancer is still there. So these are all the same, and the data is consistent, and the graphs are indicating the data, what we get from this photo. So yes, again, this is the continue. We continue. This is only for the P53, which is indicated here, and the BAX and the BCL2 is indicated here with these two graphs, and it is all consistent, the data. So also for the last, which is this, which is called caspase. So caspase levels are indicated here in this graph, and it is also consistent with all the other data. So this is rather, we didn't care to actually put this on the graph, so this is easier to see and understand and comprehend. This is the DNA fragmentation. So DNA fragmentation means when you add a chemical, it's a poisonous chemical, to any cell, the DNA is dissolved and disturbed. So this is what it is. Actually, you can see this is the control group. You indicate the health of the DNA according to this. So the control group means the health of the cancer. You have to kill it. The cancer looks intact. There is no fragmentation. Nothing is the cancer. The DNA of the cancer cell is very much likely intact and well protected. But once you add the GANs, zinc oxide, the DNA looks like it is falling apart, like the comet SA, and it's fading away. This is what it means. On the other side, again, when you use zinc and amino, it looks like it's intact, it's protected, as well as GAN CO2 also disturbs the DNA and kills it, and the DNA starts to fall apart. It means that the cancer cell is dying. And but on the other side, CO2 and amino is still intact. The DNA is protected by the amino itself. So again, the data are inconsistent with the other data that we presented earlier. So again, this is another oxidant or antioxidant balance in the human HPEG2. So the ROS level means the oxidant level, the MDA, also the oxidant levels. So when a cancer cell is dying, it releases these chemicals. It means that if these chemicals are high in a cancer patient, mostly this happens after a chemotherapy, because after chemotherapy, cancer cells started to die, and you measure the amount by looking at these antioxidant levels in the blood of the patient. So this is the main indicators of the treatment. Okay, and as we see, we would expect this levels much higher than the control group, and when we do a treatment to a cancer cell. This is consistent as usual. So this is the control group, and the pinks are the either CO2 and zinc. Again, the zinc is a little bit higher efficacy than the CO2. On the other side, GAN with amino has no efficacy on the other. And sometimes, as you see, it is much better. The cancer cells are much healthier than before when you add this amino order and GANs. On the other side, you energize the cancer cell as well. So passing through again. Okay, these are the other indicators. I'm not going to go to details. GAH and GPX. These are the other cancer indicators. Any doctor can know that. So these are again consistent with the data which we performed before. Again, these are the rest of the other 3 proteins which you can check through the blood. Again, GR, SOD, and CAT. So these data are all consistent. And we just come to the conclusion that everything is written here in detail. According to the cellular we did all the in vitro, not in vivo. We used cancer cells and cancer tissues, and neither CO2 nor zinc does not possess any toxicity to the regular cells. On the other side, they possess great toxicity to the cancer cells. So this is the scientific approval of how the cancer can be treated. So this is all the pharmaceutical companies and everybody is doing up to this level. After that level, what is being done, this is the basic research, and then they go for the human clinical trials. But before going to human clinical trials, they do some animal test. So from after proving this, the phase 3 is the proving this in vivo, which means we had to use animals again. So, and this is the animal. So before we start sacrificing lots of animals, we just want to do a preliminary test. Okay, this worked on the actually on cellular level, but we didn't even know if the whole living organism, it will gonna work or not. So whether it will gonna work or not. So we just tried on one mouse. So this mouse is purposely got cancer. These are the two cancer tumors, and then this is I injected the GANs, the nanoparticle CO2 GANs onto these tumors daily, more or less 0.1 milliliter per day. The CO2 GANs is injected for 20 days, and as you see, there's no trace of tumor is left. There's a significant weight loss. So, but there wasn't any tumor left. So after we see that, we encouraged ourselves to go to the second step. So which we use 50 mice actually, and we were gonna sacrifice. Any questions up to now, sir?
Thank you very much. So what you see in the pictures, this is when on the left-hand side before, is when you injected an animal got a full cancer.
Yes.
The tumors, and in 20 days there are no tumors.
Yes.
You see no tumors.
No tumors at all. So,
can I ask you a question? This is something which we have in whole understanding. This phase of testing allows the third phase to come in to be operational. But what is the chances usually in a normal pharmaceutical condition that from this phase to the animal test, you can go for, what do you call it, a rapid result? Usually if you were doing this one with another cancer cell, with another product, how long would this take?
I think normally? It takes 20 years or so, more or less, the whole stuff.
So because of the efficiency of this material, we can see the testing can be reduced. We had such a breakthrough with the, what do you call it, the horseshoe crab blood.
Yes. I mean, this acts like a chemotherapy. I did the exactly same ways, which was used to develop and test chemotherapeutic agents, the chemicals. So up to this level is kind of fast. Everybody's doing the same ways, but in order to adjust the toxicity, it takes a long time on animals and on the cellular level. This is a long, this cannot be done. It maybe takes like 3 to 4 years at least in order to determine the toxicity and the efficacy level and adjust it. You don't kill the human, you don't kill the person, but you kill the cancer. It is a very like a thin line that you have to catch. So after this, after we determine that, the human trial starts, which is a long trial. So
yeah, but these two phases which you've seen, if this was for, what do you call it, a pharmaceutical with the chemicals, how long does it take you usually? How long?
3 to 4 years.
3 to 4 years. So what it takes 3 to 4 years to see these kind of results is done in a matter of 2-3 weeks.
Yeah, 2-3 months more or less, yes.
2 or 3 months from phase 1 till now.
Yes.
So in a way, it's an effective way in. This is especially for government officials sitting in the background. It can be done in any university structure. It can be done in any structure in any country, especially third world. It can be done very rapidly at a very low cost.
Yeah.
And this is the beauty of it.
The chemotherapeutic agents itself, themselves are not easy to adjust. So like in chemical, there is stability
Can you
issues.
close that door, please?
There are various stability issues and the other interactions with the other chemicals which we injected. They are like mostly very reactive chemicals, and they react with the other chemicals as well. So it is a really a huge project to determine this. The beauty of the GANs is it's non-reactive with anything. Also, it's non-toxic. So even the herbs are toxic up to some level. So even they use turmeric or anything, I don't know, green tea extracts or whatever, even they are toxic. So, but this stuff is not toxic, so it makes everything much easier and much faster.
So we shouldn't see any side effect in a way as we see with the present pharmaceutical situations.
No, as I said, you know the story, and my wife made a soup out of it. So, and my kids drank it, so there was no toxicity or whatever.
Nobody knows the story. What happened? He took some home in the bottles as a water, and the wife thought it's a drinking water, so she made soup so that the son drank it.
Yes.
We're talking about quite a fair amount of it, but there is no side effect. There was nothing. When he came home, he says, Mr. Keshe, it's all been souped into the fish and they all been drank. It's the beauty of it.
Yeah, the funny thing is, I know from that day on, my kid, right now going to school, he's 6 years old, he had he grew a huge interest to the planets.
To the planets. So he became part of the planetary system.
That's just an interesting thing, and now he's asking me the satellites and all sorts of stuff. I can't answer him. How did you get all this from YouTube? He says. I said, okay.
No, but the important thing is you cannot overdose yourself.
No.
The body takes what it needs, and if there is any defects.
Probably if you eat it in like kilos or pounds, and you can clog your intestines. But other than that, I don't expect any toxicity about it.
We had a question about that because you mentioned that in milligrams and a couple of pages back. Maybe we could go back. But it was it said micrograms, I believe, but you said milligrams, and so there's a question here whether it was milligrams or micrograms.
Yeah, it was a microgram. I noticed that.
Sorry.
It's a microgram.
Okay.
Yeah, not milligram, because you're
just
dealing
to
with a
clarify.
cell. Yeah.
So I think it was micrograms per milligram. I think was the dosage.
You want to go?
Okay, or per milliliter, micrograms per milliliter, rather.
Yeah. Microgram.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry for the English.
No problem. It's a perfect presentation. This again shows the effectiveness of the technology and the speed it is. We had such a breakthrough a few years ago when the scientists, especially in the FDA United States, were using normal system, and they moved into horseshoe crab blood. They kill and they destroy a lot of animal to speed up to 6 months instead of 5 years, 10 years, because of the level of energy in that blood, which is blue blood. It's not the royal family of England, by the way. It's just happened to be that kind of blood. So I hope you know the joke. Otherwise, I have to repeat it. If you know, they say if you're a true British, you're blue-blooded. And the people, nobody knows the reason why. When the Vikings attacked England from the north, the British were so illiterate, they were so backwards. They had not even an arrow to fight the Vikings. So the only thing they could find was to paint themselves blue, and the Vikings have never seen a blue, and they used to go, and the Vikings used to run away. So they say, if you're true blue-blooded, you're the one who painted yourself. But now we find a solution in another way. The beauty with this is this reduces a lot of expenditure, this time lapse.
Yes.
And from this point on, this is the time you're going to see pressure from pharmaceuticals. Pressure is on pharmaceuticals, not on us, because now different materials can be mixed with CO2, with zinc oxide.
Yes.
We go into the level of new materials, which gases can be used without creating any side effects. We know a number of other researchers which are going around with a number of governments, which by use of the gas water, they are literally cutting around any side effect of the medicine. This is not just what we see here. The implication of CO2, gas water itself, will revolutionize the world of medicine and the pharmaceutical. It costs literally nothing. You can continuously produce it and reprocess it. The implication of this anti-cancer test and the other one, these two papers will become historical papers. These papers will be the backbone of future pharmaceutical, because it changes everything. This is why we said, if you are on the background, we put these on the website. Deliver this to every pharmaceutical company, to everyone you know. Because it's no use others trying to bypass the others or take over the others because they are not aware of it. But it gives a validity to the science to be publicly used. And the beauty of what you've seen in past few hours is no one, no organization ever has shared knowledge so freely. This is $1 trillion of research, and it's there at the tip of a finger. We are not afraid of being stolen of. We are proud that we give it as a gift of, and this is the beauty with the foundation. If this speeds up in development to other materials, and we've seen the effectiveness of this one with the presentation of Dr. Rodriguez, this can save a lot of lives. As I said, the parents who grieve for their children, and the children who lose their parents for nothing. And this can be readily brought into the market. We go into the third paper, which we have curtailed. It's been stopped. It's been stopped for whatever we wanted to achieve, we achieved. I asked, the minute I saw the results last week, I asked that the final paper for this to be written, because it's no use carrying on any further. The data you're going to see is so effective that there is no ambiguity. CO2 in a gas condition, which we presented in paper 3, is the solution for cancer. There is no doubt. You will see the data. And we challenge any organization to challenge us. The beauty with this paper is, as you've seen, our strength is our knowledge, and everything to the gram, to the machine used on these papers were shown, that it can be replicated. It's not something we done. I asked the Japanese team to make sure everything is fully transparent. No organization will ever publish these papers. They become in the back shelves of the pharmaceuticals that nobody ever sees. They can make millions out of it. This is the beauty of what we are doing and the openness we are doing it. And I thank the Japan Tokyo University, and I ask all of you, if it doesn't matter how many of you, go on the Tokyo University website and thank them for their gift on against nanoparticles, which was presented today and supported by them. Thank the Chancellor for his dedicated job with his university in allowing such a test to happen, because there is more to happen with Tokyo. You will see, we will go to different dimensions in Japan with these papers. And the beauty of it was, when we asked for it to be presented, nobody objected. You read the object for these kind of papers to go public. They all wanted to be here to present it. This is the beauty of it, sharing the knowledge in such a vast way. We go to the paper number 3, which is the final, and it's just literally finished yesterday. they've written the paper yesterday. As I asked last week, when we saw the first 2 animals sacrificed to 5, that was it. Pardon?
Sorry, actually it's not over, so we kind of cut it half, not even half.
But what we had to do it is there. We have all the data for a trial, because we was going to test other materials. We got the result we were looking for. And this is traditional. When you achieve a result, the trial stops. You see the data. As I said before, United Nations ran a trial for HIV. They put a 5-10 years goal to do some trial in Africa to reduce HIV, which the scientific explanation is in the background. A few years ago, they ran a trial that by circumcision of man, they can reduce HIV transmission from one to another, AIDS. And the success, the process was so successful, they saw a reduction that after 6 months, the whole project was stopped because it became compulsory. You have to. And then now we understand is because of the change of cellular change at the point of the cut of the skin, which creates this protection, certain amount of protection. It's normal. When you're successful in a trial, you stop. You don't go any further. It's no use trying something else to find what you're looking for. The trial number 3 will be shown, and then we invite any questions, and then we'll tell you what we got in plan. Would you like to go into the presentation of the trial on the animals, please?
Say again, please, sir.
Would you like to show the paper?
Sure.
The live animal testing.
Yes, actually.
You're loading it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, but while it's loading it up, let me tell you something is fantastic.
Yes. So
this test has taken just about 3 weeks. Usually take 10 to 20 years. Minimum 5 to 10 years to get to what we achieved. It shows the beauty and the perfection of the technology. You can start and we listen, please. This is paper number 3.
Yes.
Anti-cancer efficiency of CO2 and ZNO GANs, nanoparticles, vivo, which means digestive.
Yes.
You don't need to inject it.
Yes.
You can take it home. Yes, you can take it home. It's just become like a headache tablet. You have a headache, you get a tablet, few aspirins. Now, we need more clarification by world institutes to examine and further check. But literally, those who try, and the institutes will go with this, and the individuals who try it, more or less, upon approval of the organization worldwide, or a lot of people now, the system, they might do it themselves, 20 days is the total time you need to get rid of a tumor. There is a background understanding that you have to find the right dosage. We think we know what the dosage is. Testing on the animal. We have a good idea that with this, what we've seen, if you put the scientific cleaning up, which has got to be done, has to be precise. The cost of saving a life with this technology from cancer is more or less than €1 when you mass produce it. It's cheaper than aspirin. Biggest man's nightmare has become the joy to live. So we listen to this, and we will rapidly deliver this technology in Ghana, Keshe to make as a way of cancer for all of Africa. We leave it to them and sort the donation to the Foundation for Further Development. We don't put any price on it, and it can be done. And it's the beauty of it. Our strength of sharing is because we know it will change the course of humanity. But the biggest problem is, I have another problem for mankind with this. Millions and millions of people die every year of cancer. That's why the 7 billion become 10 billion much more faster. Is there a need for man to go into space? The beauty with this is you calculate how many million people every day die of this, and in a short time to come, they will not die. Population explosion will be a reality in 100 years. It'll go beyond. And this is one of the reasons. On the other hand, we can use this technology in the space that can survive for hundreds of years in deep space without actually worrying about, now that the biggest problem is solved. Very little. A man dedicated to humanity in Japan has changed the course of humanity. Go ahead, please. I'll leave it to you.
Thank you, sir. None of this could have been done without your support, your invention, and also your financial support. That what we achieved here is all yours, actually.
Go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. Bring you in. Sure.
While he's trying to share his screen, I'll let you know something new development for the Keshe Foundation. From next term, which is around May, sometime it's in May, as you know, we have what we call Wednesday mornings agricultural teaching. On Wednesday afternoon, we have doctors. From next term, we add Monday mornings 10 to 1 as part of scientific paper deliveries. We bring scientists who their methods or technologies can be part of the Keshe Foundation or independently has been silenced by the world of science for whatever reason. We give the world scientists a platform to release and discuss their technologies. Maybe some of it beneficial to us, maybe some of it not beneficial to us, but beneficial to those who might use it. So in the coming weeks, we add a 4th special class for the scientists. You have to be a scientist. We don't like to do it any other way, but we leave it as open as possible. And in that session, we discuss the latest papers, scientific papers, who science job never saw the light of the day because of all the whatever reasons. We have another scientist with us here. I discussed this when I was with him a couple of days ago. We put a team. Mr. Khan will head the team with the team of other scientists to bring work of others onto the front. And we do it in a way to give them a chance. In a way, we see maybe their knowledge enlighten us. And in the same way, as I said, one of the biggest problems for humanity is what we call the kingship. Now that the scientists to deliver what has been cleared out, we run a parallel program on Monday afternoons in the coming weeks for those who have been imprisoned due to their science, what has been stolen and been attached to for whatever reasons. And we've seen that to a number of scientists, especially in Belgium. They imprison scientists who don't give their jobs to and they kill them. So if you know scientists who are in that position, bring their works and we fight for their freedom. The Keshe Foundation will finance every means to bring the world scientists who have been imprisoned by misjustices, especially by the King of Belgium, to steal from the humanity. We openly, publicly support. There are many, many scientists, especially in old ex-Russia, who are imprisoned, or scientists in other countries who, because of their work, they have been imprisoned. We give a platform and we search for their freedom. This is our job. We cannot have a nation as One Nation Keshe Foundation. We are living and we are building, having scientists and men of integrity imprisoned by thieves of the science. We concentrate on especially Belgium as one of the first nations to end up the monarchy, because the monarchy in Belgium is beyond control. There is no monarchy. It's a terrorism of scientists. And we ask for those who are sitting there and publicizing and supporting this kind of behavior to understand. From now on, scientists will be protected and supported by the Keshe Foundation. We are not there. We don't ask for any riots. We ask for a silence request to allow the scientists to be free to deliver their work and do not be stolen from. If I was him, which that was the plan, you would have never seen this technology. It would have been all hidden. The plan was to incarcerate us, put us in prison, and whatever we do is theirs. And as you saw, the King of Belgium came to me begging for, you might give the technology to me or leave my country. I left the country. abdicated. We fight for freedom. At the moment, we have another case in Belgium, which they want to put us in prison for giving our technology freely by a man who's already assassinated many people. The chief constable of Kortrijk, Mr. Delanois, now has come up with a new that we are terrorists. Scientists have become terrorists while they terrorize the other. We handed this case to the international police, and we're working very closely. And the sessions in the afternoon is to stop these things. You know scientists, you know men of integrity, for their belief are in prison. Keshe Foundation stands to support them. This is our job. This is where we are. We are free to give our knowledge. We are free to support the man of freedom. Go ahead, please.
Sure, sir.
Thank you very much.
This experiment we did in vivo on the live animal with the mice. Actually, this experiment was supposed to be completed by now because it started on February the 20th, and we were supposed to complete it in a month, in 4 to 5 or so. But my mistake, mostly because this is the place, the University of Tokyo, the lab we are using, they are not actually handling the live animals that much, especially the mice. So they are mostly like the theoretical and on the cellular base work is being done there. So there was a kind of issue, not issue, there was, we had to figure out how to induce those mice in order to get them the cancer cells, to make them cancer, literally. So many ways, like chemically induced, or we got some other tumor and we tried to inject it various ways. It didn't work out. They didn't get cancer. So in order to figure out how to make these cancer, mice cancer, it took more than 3 weeks. So it got delayed a little bit. And so, but before doing that, we decided we don't start all at once. We start first with the oil-fed mice, and then we go to the groups that in it. So, and that was the idea. If the oil-fed mice is more or less is having the success, we don't need to sacrifice the second group, which will be the injected. We inject the mice with the GANs nanoparticles. So that one, and then we start using nano GANs, CO2 and zinc, and we mix with them. We mix these particles with water, and we fed the mice. So altogether, we have 50 mice in the lab, and 10 of those mice were used as a control group, which they were not touched. They became cancer. On the other side, there was no treatment to them. So, and in order to compare, and the other group is the group consists of mice. Also, they are cancer, but this group is only fed with CO2 nanoparticles. And the third group is another group of 10 mice, and they were induced cancer the same way. Group is being fed with zinc oxide. So, and the fourth and the fifth group were supposed to be doing the same way. We make them all cancer. We inject them either CO2 or CO2 plus zinc oxide. So the experiment right now is, and we limit the number of the mice. Normally this kind of experiment is done using at least 250 mice. But Mr. Keshe was not comfortable with the amount of the animal we sacrifice, and we really limit the amount. So we limit the amount down to 50. So, and this is the minimum we can get to get some sort of significant data. And so the amount we mix is indicated here. The amount we mix CO2 and zinc is 1 to 3. And we used, actually it should be 3:1. So 3:1 respectively. We used 3 parts of CO2 and 1 part of zinc oxide. So when we use the mixture.
Can I interrupt here? The
Sure.
reason we mixture of CO2 and zinc oxide is because the cancer is emotional dependent. You have to do it. You can't just go with the CO2. This is what I said from the beginning. We had to consider, even though we make it 100% CO2, there is always some zinc in it because the way you produce stuff, you know how to produce zinc oxide and
Yes.
CO2.
Yes.
Carry on, please.
Yes, it does consist of zinc, probably the CO2 mixture, as you said. But there is a theory that the zinc oxide stops the reoccurrence of in the future. So, and in the efficacy-wise, in the experiment we did before on the cellular base, we didn't mix CO2 and zinc oxide. We did individual tests, and in the individual test there was no difference. So, and I saw, and I thought that would be good if we can mix CO2 and zinc oxide as well, because zinc oxide also has some kind of property in order to stop the reoccurrence of the cancer cell. But on the other side, zinc oxide is more on the cellular base, it is more toxic than CO2. So it is more or less 100 times or more toxic than CO2. There is a toxicity on zinc oxide as a material. So, but if you use zinc oxide water, which means cans water, it's not the case. But what we are dealing here is really severe cases, like terminal cases almost, like the tumor. Look at this mice, the tumor is almost 1/10 of the surface body. It's a terminal case. So I recommend with the regular cases, which we haven't done the experiment yet, but the GANS water would probably work as well. So in that case, you wouldn't have to worry about the toxicity of zinc oxide or copper oxide.
The thing is, we prefer to use CO2 with the water of the zinc oxide than the nanoparticles when you give, because you have the security of no particles, heavy particles in the body.
Yes. Yeah, zinc actually a metal, so.
Can you carry on, please?
Sure. Yeah. So we found a way eventually how to make the mice cancer effectively, and this is what is told here. And I'm going to the second page. So the parameters here, how we make water nanopart GANs water is we just put 3 grams of CO2 or zinc oxide GANs. It depends on, you can mix either of them in many different parts. So, but I use 3 parts of CO2 and 1 part of zinc oxide. So, and I mix 3 grams of powdered CO2 and zinc oxide into 1 liter of water, distilled water, pure water, or pharmaceutical.
In 1 liter?
Yeah, 1 liter, yes.
So you mix how much? Can you repeat again?
3 grams of powder to 1 liter of water.
3 grams of CO2?
Yeah, CO2, or you can use 0.227 grams, 2 to 5 grams of CO2 and 0.75 grams of zinc oxide. It makes 3 grams. So, yeah, this is what determines the best amount. So, and then when you get the solution, is 0.3 milligram per milliliter. So this is the optimum.
Can I refer to go back to this? This is what you learned from the experiments with TEPCO. That's how they could.
Not actually.
Okay. Because they had to measure the substance actual weight, which they used a dry material.
Yes, they did. Yeah, this is, but they didn't disclose how much they used each part. So.
But they used this method of actually knowing the amounts they use.
Yes, but they didn't disclose how much was it, but exactly the same way we followed.
The same method, yeah.
Yes, they mixed with the water and they fed the mice with the water. So, like 1 by 1 every day. So this is the same method we followed. but no, we determined the amount. So
okay, carry on, please.
okay, there were like 50 mice each, 10 mice each group. So the 10 is for control, it's not touched, just got cancer. Right now we are in the second phase. We didn't go to C, we are still in the B. So we fed mice with CO2 and we fed mice with CO2 plus zinc solution. So, and these are the, before going into the results, I just want to show you the picture because we don't have enough animals sacrificed at the moment. We only have 5 animals we sacrificed and get the sufficient data which we can prove, because why we sacrifice the animal, you look at this, it looks like the blood indicators are not there. And you look at the animal, that there's no visible tumor as well, but we don't know what's under it. So in order to the tumor is totally gone, we have to sacrifice and cut the animal to prove that it is the cancerous region is gone. So that's why we sacrifice them. So, and anyway, when we do make a this is the original. The mice got cancer. We induce cancer with the needle, and then after you feed all the treatment for 20 days, this is one case. This is another case. So this is what you get in the end, and the similar to the Dr. Rodrigo's the treatment, it's more or less the same, especially in this case. So this case is much more healed. So this is the photos I can show you, and the next page is just the actually there is not much it says after the photos, because this is the control group, consists of 10 mice, and you can see this is 2.27 grams of tumor, and this is the size of the tumor. And after 20 days, feeding with 0.3 milligram a day, which is this is CO2. You get 0 grams of tumor.
You have a 2 there instead of 20 in the blue column on the left-hand side. Yeah.
Say again, please.
No, the other way. Go back to the end.
And
just the bottom is 0.3 milligram per day. It should be 20 days, not 10 days. Or is it 2?
No. It's every day this much.
No, but next to it you got 2.
This is the this is the amount of the number of the mice.
Okay.
The number of the mice which is separately. So
okay.
We have this group. Actually, this group consists of 10 mice. But out of 10 mice, we only cut 2 at the moment. The 8 is still living.
But do they have the 8 have no cancer marker in their blood?
No marker cancer, nothing. But in order to stay out of cancer, we have to cut and see the inside.
Okay,
so.
You sacrificed 2 out of the 10 which had no blood markers.
Yes, and the rest of the 10 is also not blood markers, very low point, very low levels, but we didn't have the chance to cut them yet. So
no, so there was in there. What do you call it? There were no cancer markers in the other 8 of this group.
Yes. This was because we have to do the presentation today on the 18th.
Yeah.
So if we had like 2 weeks more, I could have given you all the data.
No, but there's no use killing more when the data is there.
Yes. So
carry on, please.
Okay, and the rest is, which is the last slide actually. This is the group with CO2 and zinc oxide, and exactly the same. We fed 20 days, and this is the control group. This control group is the same. There's only one control group. There's no individual control groups for each group. So this is the main control group. The numbers are same. And from out of 10, again, we have the 10 mice is being fed with CO2 and zinc oxide. And that 10 mice, we could only sacrifice 3 right now at the moment, and the 7 is still living in the cages. So they show no markers of cancer. But what we confirmed after the sacrification is 3 is fully got rid of cancer. And as usual, there's no cancer tumor, and there's no size of it. And 100% reduction in both cases. So this simple graph is indicating this. So there's nothing much I can say. And
I think it's 25% is there of the total. Okay, do you have more data about when you mentioned?
No, I haven't included them.
You haven't included here, but what have you got on your data?
On my
When did
data,
you see the first day of reduction?
three to 4 days after being fed, we see the reduction, and the blood are getting really low in 3 to 4 days, starting from 3 to 4 days and to 8 days. More or less in the 8 days, the cancer cell, the blood indicators are really low, markers are really low. Not really
Low,
tell,
what do you mean as low? No cancer or low enough?
Almost low, very low. You cannot really like significantly tell. That's why I didn't include them, because you have the cancer is persisting almost for 2 weeks. Day by day it's getting smaller, but first week you don't get any cancer markers in the blood, although you see the cancer tumor is big and it's on the mice. So it's inconsistent. So if I
it rises even though there is no marker.
There is no marker, so
and then it reduces.
Yes, that I was hesitating to include that data on it, so consistent. So
when is the first day you seen the first reduction?
Visibly, you start getting in a week.
What about the blood results on the markers? Because part of the report you have reached 30% reduction after the second or third day.
Yes. No, for third to fourth, depends on the mice itself. So it's not, it's the same genetics, same strain of mice, but some mice is like, so they are more, let's say, healthy themselves. They eat more and they drink more water and they're more lively, and the other ones are not. I don't know, maybe it's the psychology is different. So I cannot really tell the markers. Some of them are 3 to 4, some of them even 2 days, some of them are one mice I had, it didn't show any marker after 8 days. So,
but at the end, once you had the 10 off in group 1.
Yeah, eventually in 2 weeks, everybody's wrapped up. So
there's no cancer markers and there's no
cancer marker. So whatever. And the average is mostly in this 3 to 4 days, depends on, and then you lose the cancer markers mostly in 8 days. And on the contrary, when you see the cancer markers are disappearing, you see the tumor is getting smaller and shrinking. So, but you still have the cancer. So this is inconsistent because the tumor is still there. It is getting smaller, but you would expect some, because the many things you would expect in the blood, like antioxidant levels and protein levels and everything is inconsistent. The result is there. There should be more further research has to be done in order to determine why we cannot detect it on the blood. So this is a dilemma at the moment. But the results are there. There's no objection to that. There.
So we, in a way, from what we have, we don't see any further need for sacrificing any more animals. But this is for intestinal cancer. Am I correct? So we need other organizations around the world. We need other universities. If you're a governmental organization, to come in, go out to the bottom of the Keshe Foundation website, which is set up for cancerprocessing.org, and join us to share the burden and the financial support needed to test for other organs, liver, kidney, other tumors. Thank you very much, Tokyo.
Thank you so much.
The important position for us is, now we know we've seen it is 100% no cancer. There he agrees to. So we need this to be done. We need this to be completed because we know this technology, know this suit supports the intestinal cancer. This is our finding. The reason I brought this so advanced, first of all, I couldn't see even last week why there is need for more sacrifices. All of us die. Death is a more normal path. But as the results was coming in last week, I asked for the report to be written because there is no need to go any further with sacrificing more animals. We injected them, we gave them the cancer, we fed them to get rid of the cancer. We proven 10 out of 10 have no cancer. As with the 2 which have been the 5 in sacrifice out of 20 confirms no toxicity and no cancer tumor. We need to take this further. We can do this back in Ghana, Keshe Foundation, with the research in the Atomic Commission. Or, this is the reason we brought this up, is more scientific organizations to join the Keshe Foundation to do collaboration tests.
Yeah.
Of course, it'll be headed by Mr. Khan. The Keshe Foundation, we are very involved in this, and as you've seen with Dr. Rodriguez for the breast cancer, if you look at it, digestive or environmental works the same. When you use injections, there is a minute amount. When you use digestive, still is a high proportion to be in. A calculation on the basis of present understanding, we see this as a blueprint for cancer, for reversal of cancer, and for human being estimated for 100 kilo body weight is 800 milligram, which is less than a gram. For 120 kilo, am I correct, Mr. Khan?
Yes, in human it is more or less converted to a gram, or like 80.
We've been asked, is there an email for the Chancellor of Tokyo University? The press at Tokyo University. There is there. We can
I don't know. That must be. You can get into Tokyo University and
thank them for the effort, thank them for what they brought to humanity, and especially if you're Japanese, without Tokyo, this would not be possible. It is important that we understand and we respect the people who have done the job for the foundation. In any way we can do, we have to go into the next step. The next step is to finance the next stage for different, but as part of the result, which is not here, this report will be completed in next week or so, with a lot of detailed information for the doctors to come in. That we have seen a small residual amount of GANs in the blood stream in the analysis, physiology analysis, which to us is a very good thing because we inject in trials GANs into the blood circle. But if he's found his way in, then he can, in a way, deliver the same thing into the other organs if there is a secondary cancer. That's a gain as well, but it's for the scientists to do. As far as we can see, and the other trials and investigations we've seen, this brings us to a close, in a way, of this phase of the foundation work with the blueprint, which means we, thank you very much, Benjamin. It'll be soon. Thank you very much, Ghana Atomic, Keshe Foundation. I can see Benjamin on the right side, right side. He should be in the factory, but I don't know what he's doing at home watching this. But now I know where you are, Benjamin. What we're going to do is, if you're a pharmaceutical, we have given you a path. We know many people have used GANs in different forms to overcome cancer. But because of the threats from what I call the hooligans of the internet, they've been pushed not to publish. We ask from next week and deliver your findings. We know there are Germans, we know there are Belgians, we know there are Americans who have used the cancer process with the GANs. Now we know it's safe, and we've seen it with the work of Dr. Rodriguez. and we've seen it with the scientific. We did the human trials before the animal trials. That's how it should be.
Yes.
We have
Yes.
to find out the humans who have it, we leave them alone. We give it to the animals to get them injected to see if we can save the human. So those of you who have a cancer, volunteer your life. This is the right way. And then we bless your soul. Then you elevate your soul.
I have a question, Mr. Keshe. Is there a way to save the lab test animals? Maybe some of the ones that you know that are put away after the testing could actually be saved through the Keshe processes.
Can you write an email to the chancellor of the university? Say we would like to adopt the animals which survived. Why not? We've seen people adopting dogs after their hunting powers goes or after they are not. Why not these animals? Write to Chancellor, encourage him and give him a lot of love and care and thank you for what
it's a worldwide phenomenon as well, this lab testing of animals. It's very big in some
But they don't know
circles.
what they're going to get. But this time we know they have no cancer, so at least we can give them a good life. Please, can somebody find the Tokyo University Chancellor's email and post it that we can thank him, all of us, anybody there, and post it here. We announce it. These people have a lot of fear from the others because these things are not done this way. They are afraid of their position. But these things brings millions of dollars for the university and takes 30, 40 years and a lot of PhDs. Everything done in less than 6 months, 8 months. So we should thank a lot of people, especially Mr. Khan. If he knew what I know, what he's gone through in past 2 years with TEPCO and the rest of it. I know he had Tokyo to go to California with the American police incarcerating his son, his child, which is unbelievable, separating a mother from a child just to pressurize the man to be away. While he's away, TEPCO to speak to the Japanese, only what we achieved, we don't want anybody else to know. We were aware of the trick, but that's politicians. So we leave it as that. We understand a lot of things. But this gives us a clear indication that gases in nano state are safe, they're non-toxic. We are talking primarily in respect to CO2.
Yes.
Zinc oxide has been tested, primarily is non-toxic. We do not speak about copper or anything else. Please understand, once you have a good working system, what's the use to try something else? In the maybe we succeed better, but a combination of CO2 with zinc oxide supports both the physicality change and the emotional change. And one thing which is not here, you will see it, it will be going in more detail, is that the mice after 4 or 5 days, they start running around. They literally become very, am I correct?
Yes, sir. They are having fun.
They're having fun.
Yes,
we don't know how much fun, we know in about 20 days. So what it is, we try to bring this section of the blueprint off. We come back on Thursday, every Thursday morning. If you are trying the material as a scientific organization, report back to the foundation. If you are testing it or you have tested it, please report back to the foundation. We publish it on this page, and we need huge amount of financial support for these kinds of researches. That is done by all the people. We know the Ghana Atomic Center is going to be built in the next 2 or 3 months. I'm back in Ghana in the next 3 weeks, and then we carry on with the process. Important that we allow other scientists to share their knowledge with us, and I know a lot of you know a lot of it. You know scientists who their work is essential to the work of humanity and is being shelved. Send it to the same point at the bottom, and then find a way to disclose their work or bring them in to explain themselves. A lot of scientists cannot believe that they'll be given a chance to show their work because they've been silent so heavily. It's our job, as one nation to support all our citizens, scientists, and the rest. And I said, I wish in Rome conference to see the end of kingship. And my wish will be the Kingdom of Belgium to be the first that they follow with the rest. Peaceful, with a lot of prayer and respect, that we can elevate the soul of the king to put his crown down, that is equal to the rest of the man in front of another, just because he carries a gun in his pocket. Thank you very much indeed. We'll see you on Thursday. On Thursday, we explain the fundamental structure of the body of the man and open another door into the world of the science. And then you'll understand even how being constructed without you knowing. Why do you have a brain? And what's the function of the brain to start with that starts the soul of the man. Thank you very much indeed for today.
Thank you, sir.
If there's no other question, we close. Are there any questions in the background?
Ja, jeg tenker vi slutter av der også. Det var et maraton, det. Hallo? Kan dere gjøre det?
Hallo.
Ja. Det I hvert fall bevist hensides rimelig tvil at det ikke farlig.
Ja.
Så det jo greit det da. Så det bevist at alle kan lage det hjemme.
Og I morgen klokken 9, da kommer episode 2.
Ja, det fortsettelsen.
Ja.
Og det da den 27.4. I morgen. 2017. Ja, men da får jeg bare si tusen takk for at dere kom til denne norske offentlige undervisningen fra Offentlige Special Institute med den 26.4.2017. Og vi har gått gjennom kreftløsning I bytte for fred fra den 18.4.2017. Budbringer har vært Marie Kalve, Willy Østli og Eva Klarup. Co-host Willy Østli og Eva Klarup. Takk for